Everyone's doing well today. Might give it a few minutes anyway, but everyone's doing well today. I'm a bit nervous because we're going to do this box opening type thing. Hey, Spicy. Hand review? You've seen my hands before. Hey, Leaf. Hey, Minx. How you guys doing? And hello, Rikoi. How you guys doing? For free? These ugly ass hands? Yes, for free. Just had a purge hand. I guess we'll just get into it. Fuck it. So again, I haven't done this before. Nice keyboard though, thank you. It was expensive. That's the only thing I've actually thrown a lot of money in with accessories, to be honest. I played with one drunk at a bar once, and I was like, I'm getting that keyboard. So I went and bought it the next day. Hello, Outlandish. Can I get a finger heart? Yeah. I was trying to figure out which way to put the thing there. Lord of the Rings! Yes, I love Lord of the Rings. This mouse pad's pretty fucked though. I need to get a new one. I need to replace it with a newer one. I had this really nice mouse pad and I'm like, fuck it, I want this. Alright, we'll just get straight into it. So obviously we're doing box openings. Just, again, I don't know what I'm doing. So we've got all of these, which there's a fair few games in there. And then we also have the mystery box, which is this one. What is your desk? It's just a little shitty glass desk that my father-in-law had that I've taken off him. I literally have no room. Literally left and right from here is the end of my desk. So I got no room at all. But it's just because my setup's so small. There's not much I can do with it in the room that I'm in just yet. Imagine it was Hannah Montana. I'll actually fucking love that. I will open the ones I've got first that I know I've bought, and then we'll move on to other stuff. This is a loose disc. I don't know if anyone can hear that or not. Which sucks. So let's just open that up first off. Oh shit, it's Immortals Avum. Nice. So this is one of the Alphabet Challenge games. This one was redeemed by Dig. I got this one from CEX, obviously. This is the big ass dumbass sticker that they've put on it. I'm not quite sure why they do that or not. I thought it was Destiny. But it's not in too bad a shape. The disc was loose, which just sucks. It looks good though. Say hello to yourselves, chat. No, it looks good actually. I wonder if I should turn the top light on. The sun's gone down early today. But anyway, this game's meant to be really good and really underrated. It flopped really heavily. This came out the same month Baldur's Gate 3 did, so no one fucking played this game, in other words. And I think a COD came out the same month, and it just got destroyed. And yeah, so no one's played this. The Platinum's quite rare, so this is again one of the later games we're going to be doing. Let's go and saying hello to myself. Alright, that's the first one. Let's do the next one. There's another one, another single game here. I'm not quite sure what these are, purposely. He's gone crazy. 2026 confirmed. What? What? You guys don't talk to yourselves? I do. Every day. That's how I get through my day. Oh, check it out. It's Burst Limit. I fucking love this game. I was talking about this the other day. This is actually one of my favorite PS3 games of all time and one of my favorite games of all time. I had it on. I had this on the PS3 and the Xbox 360. 3 times each, actually, funny enough, and just kept trading in like a dickhead and then wanting it back. And it was a really rare game in Australia for ages. I love this game so much. This is one of my favorite games of all time. I've 100%ed this game. It's probably the first game I ever beat on the hardest difficulty, actually. It's in extremely good condition, too. I'm insanely happy with that. Yes, I do care about the casing and how it looks and stuff like that, but it's actually in like amazing condition. I don't know who owned this before me, but thank you, sir. Fuck me. It's in great shape. So first time seeing this. Oh, true. I said hello to yourself, chat. Oh yeah, isn't that a retro game? It's a PS3 game, yeah. So basically, what I plan to do. Thank you for doing the shout out there. What I plan to do is to buy one game from the alphabet and what has been redeemed every month, and one PS5, one PS4, and one PS3 game that I also want on top of it every month. And this is the PS3 one that I saw. I think I got this for oh look, oh my god, look, it's got the manual. It's beautiful. Is it colored? Oh, it's colored. I'm such a fucking nerd, dude. Check it out, it's colored. Oh my god, I'm so happy about that. I haven't had a colored manual in forever. Holy shit. Look at that. It looks sick. I'm actually so happy with that. The disc looks amazing too. Dude, I reckon this is a brand new copy and like it's just been unpackaged by someone and never actually used. Thank you for doing the shout out there. Oh, I reckon it is. I reckon this is a brand new. This hasn't been used. There's not a mark on it. I don't know if you guys can see or not. This hasn't been used at all. Oh, there's Luffy. Lol. But yeah, this hasn't been used at all, which is pretty incredible. Especially how old the game is. I think this came out in like 08, I think, off the top of my head. Yeah, this one was $20. Oh yeah, Immortals Avium was $30, I'm pretty sure, and this one was 19 or 20 bucks. This one, so I'm really happy with this. This game I've really wanted for a long time. I'm sorry if I ramble a lot. I really do get excited about this stuff because I'm an idiot. This is another one. I don't know what this is, but this box looks crooked as fuck. Looks like a crooked freaking pancake or some shit. Ramble all you want. I don't know. I might actually have to... Where'd that knife go? It's just fucking... I've got my shark knife too. This is my brother's-in-law's, this one here. The fish knife, anyway. Be a nerd, Purge! Be a nerd! What's this game? Oh, Chivalry 2! It's actually Day 1 edition too, which is pretty insane. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, is it gonna... Maybe I might need to turn the light on. Maybe I will try it, I'm not sure. But yeah, Chivalry 2. I was really, really excited for this game when it came out, because me and my mates actually, on the PS4 with juggling as well included, I played 200 hours of Chivalry. On, like, the original game on PS4. We played, like, 200 hours of it. It's one of the, like... You can try it, yeah? Hang on. Oh, yeah, that is a bit better. Yeah, we'll do that. Sorry, guys. It's gone really dark outside all of a sudden. I'm not sure what the hell's going on. Must be a storm coming. But yeah, this is multiplayer only. Like, this isn't multiplayer only game, yeah. I remember playing. I bought this Day 1 digitally, and I've never been able to get it physically. Because it's just always been so expensive, and it finally dropped the other day. The case is in pretty rough condition, and I bet you this is a second-hand case, and it's not the real one. By the looks of it. Yes, it is. It's a UK copy. It's a US copy, so I think this one. You can see it's got the code there. I doubt the code works though, but if it does, I'll probably cry. Oh, yeah. This has seen some use though. There's like a lot of smudges and stuff on it. Not that you can really see on my camera. My camera's not that good, hey. But yeah, cool. I'm really happy with that. I might replace the case on it. I do have a couple spare games that are fucked, and I'll just I'll get a different case for it. But this is like easily, in my opinion, one of the best multiplayer games ever made. I'm being dead ass when I say it. I think everyone should play this game. It's hilarious. It's hard, but the whole point is it's janky and hard. That's what's funny about the game, because it's ridiculous. Every once in a while, you'll meet someone who's an absolute god player at it, but they've been playing since like day one of the original game, so I always recommend this one. But I'll probably make this a community game eventually. I do want the platinum for this, and I got a really bad feeling the servers will go down in the next year or two. And it is crossplay, but the party crossplay doesn't work, sadly. I've got no clue why they haven't done that yet. I love Fallout. Sadly, the PS2 game isn't canon anymore. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that. Did not know about that. I think this has got 2 in it. This one here. This is such weird packaging. It's so fucking crooked, man. What are you gonna do? We get the fish back. But yeah, if anyone ever sees Chivalry 2 for sale, please buy it. It's so good, and you can play with me. And I want to make it as a community game eventually. I played it a fair bit on stream, actually. It's one of my comfort games, so... Oh, I think this is damaged. Shit. This is in rough shape, but this is Dragon Age Inquisition. This one was redeemed by Hex as a standalone game. Sorry, let's put this aside for now. There's 100 hours to do this one. There's actually an 8 out of 10. This is a brutal platinum to do. You got to beat the game in the hardest difficulty, and it's just fucking crazy. Hex's favorite game, right? I think this is pretty high up there for him. It's in pretty rough shape. This has been pretty worn, which sucks a bit, but what are you going to do? I actually had this game, played like 50 hours of it, and traded it in one day, but I accidentally did. I actually put it in a pile of trade-in games and didn't realize, and got rid of it, so I'm really glad to have it back, to be honest. The disc is Australian, which is good. No manual, which kind of sucks. It's a nice disc, actually. I like the dragon on it. This disc is also quite worn. Someone needs to learn how to pick up a disc properly, because fuck me dead, there's fingerprints all over it. Oh, you can see it this time. But, what are you going to do? No, you know. But cool, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm excited to play this one. It's really brutal. We're going to beat that on the hardest difficulty straight away too, I reckon. Not play normal then hard, which is the stupid way to do it, but I don't care. Here we go. It is Spicy's game, Scarlet Nexus, on PS5. This one was actually hard to track down and has become extremely rare. This is a day one PS5 game. Not a lot of people know about that. But this is one of the... I think this released a day before the PS5, actually, which is pretty crazy. And not many people have played this game. But Spicy said it's good. But not a lot of people talk about it at all. It is a very worn case. It looks a bit waterlogged, which is... The art's a bit stuffed. I don't know if anyone can really see that too well. But it's, you know... I apologize. I'm still trying to figure out the direction. But this one has replaced Star Ocean in the Alphabet Challenge. So this will be the S that we've got going for it. I think it's around 40 to 60 hours and a 2 out of 10. So it's nothing too hard, but apparently it's really fun. And 2 is coming out soon. Hey, I did see that, yes. Oh, nice. We got the Funimation. I do like these too. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big slut for these. The Scarlet Nexus, like... Any type of like thing like brought in like with like a docket or a piece of paper, I don't care what it is. I like it. I got excited when I bought a VCR of Lord of the Rings: Fellowship of the Ring, and they had an advert inside of it for the PS2 games, and I literally lost my shit when I saw it and bought it right then and there because of just the advert. Basically, I also wanted it, but. This has also got finger marks on it. Jesus, bro. What are these, all from the same people? But the disc looks good apart from that. Honestly, it is literally impossible to fuck up a PS4 or a PS5. PS4 or PS5 game. You could literally put a steak knife across the disc. I don't think it'll still run. And that's the best part about, like, with the digital stuff. I know it's annoying, but your discs don't break anymore. I haven't had a disc not work on a PlayStation in like probably 15 years at this point. Probably longer now, actually. I think the last one that was really bad, 360 was shocking. I don't know if anyone remembers that generation too much. But that shit was... If there was a fucking smudge on it, it would not work. It was like one of the most annoying systems I've ever had for discs not working. But there were a cheat. I don't know if people know this or not. But if you installed the disc on the Xbox 360... Even with a scratch, or literally, like, I had one that had, like, nearly a snapper in it, it would still run. Because you download the base of it, and it'll break. So what I did was I borrowed my mate's copy of Modern Warfare 3, installed it, and then my broken disc worked from then on, which is pretty insane. That was never really talked about much, and not many people tend to know about it. But yeah, and you move this pretty slow there, it'd be a scratch the shit out of it. Oh my god, it was so loud. It's such a good system, but holy crap, this is a big one. I don't know what they were thinking. This does have bubble wrap in it. I don't know what's in this. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've had a pretty full on like week, 2 weeks. Hey kittens, how's it going? And hello everybody. I apologize if I've missed anyone. Like I said, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm a bit nervous. It's been 2 weeks, so I can't even remember what I ordered because I was pretty stressed when I ordered a lot of these games. So I'm just doing what we can. I'm not sure about the paper, by the way. I think it's a bit shit. Oh, it's not bubble wrap even. It's like this crap. I don't know if anyone's seen this before. This is such shit, bro. And it's double layered though, which is pretty sick. I'm a big fan of that. Jesus, dude. It's like freaking army mesh. Did you get my redeems? Your redeems? Which one? Yotai I haven't gotten yet, no. And Watch Dogs 2 I have to order this week. I'm doing okay. That's good, fam. Oh, nice. Yes. So this game was actually supposed to be redeemed by Jean. And he changed his mind at the last second. So I bought this and yeah. I was pretty certain he was going to do this to torture me. Oh, you can see that still. Yeah, he didn't. It's actually a really nice copy. I'm really happy with it, funny enough. I was really worried about this being destroyed. And it's not like a Game of the Year edition or a day one, which I'm really happy. I like the clean copies, so I'm really, really happy with this. But yeah, Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt. This one was supposed to be redeemed. This is a 9 out of 10 and 250 hours for a platinum on this game. This game is brutal as fuck. I think Rikoi... Have you played this yet before, Rikoi? You might want to play this if you haven't. I think you would enjoy this. This is a really cool game. The pattern in that paper is triggering me. It's stressful to touch. It's so triggering. But I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, nice. So it's actually the Australian disc as well with PAL. It doesn't matter really. I don't really care too much if it's PAL or it's not. I'm fine with whatever. Nice disc though. I like it. I played some of it. You're going to hate that. Oh my god, this disc has seen some better days. Holy shit. It's definitely been used quite a lot. You can't see all of it, but there's little dents and stuff in it. As I said, the game will run. It really doesn't matter. And to be honest with you, I have this digitally. But I want it physically. And there's a big trend with a lot of these games. I own them digitally, but I want them physically as well, so I've bought them again. But I'm actually really happy with this copy. The art's really nice. Probably would replace the case if I could, if I care about the game enough. But we'll see after I finish it. That looked kind of dirty. It was quite dirty, that disc, sadly. Hey, Cheska. But yeah, hopefully this is good. I'm hoping John actually redeems this. If anyone doesn't know, I only say this a few times because I like to surprise people. But I actually refund everybody's first platinum redeem and don't tell people. So John hasn't realized that yet, as of just yet. So yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so... Wow. This is a fake cover. And I'm shattered about this. Because I was really excited for this game. But this is Final Fantasy 15 Day 1 Edition. And I bought this. And I don't know if anyone can see or not. But it's fake. I don't know if they realized it or not. But you can see the smudges in it. I don't know if you guys can really see it on your side. But it is definitely a fake copy. Which is absolutely... I'm actually shattered about this. I'm not even going to lie. This is the first bad copy I've had of a game. But this has clearly been printed and is blurry as hell, and I'm fucking not happy. I mean, look at that. Yeah. This is a fake copy. And especially since this as well. The only thing I can really think of why this is like this is because it's come from maybe a special edition, but it hasn't. It's also a fake Blu-ray case as well. It's not a real PlayStation case either. This is probably one of the newer Blu-ray covers, so it's not real. I'm actually shattered about this. I will be ordering another one of this. I'm not gonna lie to you, and it doesn't say day one on the side either, which says it all. To be honest with you, it says day one on these. I didn't even. So I'll order another one of these, and I will be emailing them and asking them. I got a fake cover. Please send me a fucking real one. I'm a little bit annoyed. But yes. Can you get a refund? I can get a refund, but I don't. I'm just a bit like that. The disc is fucked as well. Sadly. It would be something about, basically, I would say they'd be afraid sometimes to sell like a UK copy of this game in Australia, but they sell the disc as well. But the biggest thing about this, because this is a different region, this has a different trophy list in it. And this is the main reason. So I think this will have a different trophy list in it. I need to load this up and see. So this is actually a really big buy, funny enough, because this is massive. Interact room reveal. Yeah, I've just got like, what do you call it? I don't think I've shown you guys before. Where are we? It's just like, I got like Luffy on the wall, and then fucking my brother drew a photo for me on Christmas. That's all that's up there on a pinboard. And then there's a Tokyo Ghoul poster. But anyway, so this is a different trophy list. So this is actually a really big. I'm really, really happy with this, actually. At the same time, I was pissed off because this has a different trophy list, so I can platinum the game twice. Which is what I've been wanting. But I was actually going to buy this separately. I'm currently hunting down the Japanese version. I don't know if anyone saw it on the throne or not, but I'm going to go buy that at some point. But yeah, God, sorry. But yeah, this is disappointing. I'm shattered about this. This is especially since it's my favorite game of all time. To get the wrong one is to be the only one that was wrong as well is really shattering. Oh, here we go. This is another one. Funny enough, I need to replace this. This is Memories Retold. So the biggest thing I fucked up with the alphabet challenge is you actually need to start with a symbol or a number, and I didn't because I'm an idiot. So this one was recommended by email that was going to redeem this, and it's 1111 Memories Retold. So this is the game we're going to be actually playing first for the alphabet challenge, and I've heard some really, really, really good things about this game. It's a storyline game. This is another one I'm pretty sure released at a time where something else dropped, and it just flew under the radar, as games do. But I've heard extremely good things about this game. It's a very weird disc. It's got the 3 classifications. It's got a code in there as well. I'll take that, I guess. It's got the old digital thing, I'm pretty sure. Do you guys remember that when they used to do like for Blu-rays and stuff, they did like the digital copy, the physical copy? It's not too bad, the disc. I'm pretty happy with that. This one, sorry, I should be saying the prices actually. I'll say the prices at the end. How about that? But this one's I'm pretty happy with. But as you can see, they've stuck this on. This is an old shitty cover. So I'll replace this with a new cover and put it on the shelf. But yeah, I don't mind if they say the wrong classification on it at this point, because Australia doesn't get enough games anyway, and our classification system fucks everything up, so it's easier just to buy my own copies, like to just mix them. I've got them in alphabetical on my wall anyway. Okay, and the next game is Monster Hunter Wilds. This is actually a brand new copy, I reckon, by the looks of it. So this is our next community game. This was redeemed by Blaze. I've never played a Monster Hunter game in my life. I've never played an MMO game in my life. So this is going to be extremely interesting. It's about 120 hours and a 6 or 7 out of 10, I believe, off the top of my head. It is considered lower, but if you're not familiar, it is apparently really, really difficult to do. I'm really happy with this copy as well. This is a really, really nice copy of the game. I'm extremely happy with this. It has dropped in price astronomically recently, so it should be interesting. What do we got? No case, and it is also a UK disc again. Well, it's a US and UK. Look, they got the 2 classifications again. There must be a new thing they're trying to do with some of the PS5 games to like help with it, but looks pretty good. I'm pretty sure it's a brand new game, except someone decided to put their fingerprint on it. Tell you what, someone had an off day packaging this, but that's all right. But yeah, Really nice. I don't mind the disc either. It looks all right. Quinowin doesn't have any leaflet. It's a bit. It sucks sometimes. I at least like the advertisement ones, at least. But maybe I can eventually be able to collect something. But yeah, this is definitely a brand new copy, which is interesting as well. The case itself is a bit dirty, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if they replace some of the cases for some of the more expensive stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. But that'll be the next community game if anyone wants to join in. If you've never done it before and want to give it a go as well, do please. And yeah. Oh, nice. This is it. Shadow of Mordor on PS3. This game case is fucked. This has also been well worn in for sure. This is one of my favorite games of all time on the PS4. I've platinumed it twice now. There is only 3 versions of the game. Actually, no, that's a lie. I've platinumed the normal edition, Game of the Year edition, a different version as well, and then so I've platinumed it 4 times, and this will be my 5th because the PS3 version has a completely different level of this. If you plan to buy this on the PS3, don't. It is a piece of shit. It is at the time of PS4 where they were just completely useless and decided to cut as many corners as they can to save and make money. So it is the biggest waste of time ever. Please do not buy this on the PS3. I'm doing it solely because I want the platinum. And I also have to do a speed run where I'm going to try and get the fastest time on this game. I reckon I can do it in probably 9 hours, which is quite quick for the platinum. No leaflet, so I'm pretty sure this does come with a booklet as well, so that sucks. The disc looks really nice. I'm a big fan of the disc, actually, on the old PS3. There is another fingerprint. This one's been used quite a lot. There's a lot of scratches on it. Again, I'm sorry you guys can't really see it or anything. Say hello again. But that's okay. What are you going to do? That is all the games that I bought, actually. So, I bought... How many games did we buy? Quite a lot, actually. But yeah, bought all of these. I'll just do it this way, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I bought 10 on the dot. What are the chances of that? So these are all redeemed. Well, mostly of them anyway. So there's a few in there. So Burst Limit I wanted for myself. Final Fantasy 15 I wanted for myself. And Shadow of Mordor. As I said, I'll be buying 3 games that I want every month. And the rest are basically redeems on all the different types of platforms. I'm sorry, I've also gotten Chivalry 2 there. I think I cheated and got Shadow of Mordor and Dragon Ball Z. Shadow of Mordor on the PS3 was $5. Monster Hunter was $29. Memories Retold was $18. Final Fantasy 15 was $12. Witcher 3 was $5. Scarlet Nexus was $30 or $40. Dragon Age Inquisition was $10. Chivalry 2 was $8. Burst Limit was, I think, $30. And Immortals Avium was $20 as well. So, I think... I'm not going to lie. I think about $150 to $180, including shipping, for all these games. Yes. Quite a lot. That's in Australian as well. Just don't forget that as well. Like in US, it's a lot cheaper, and in pounds and stuff like that, it's because it just sucks here. It's expensive to deliver stuff. It's expensive to buy stuff. It's just how it is. But I will be collecting a lot more games. So, as well, this next thing, as I was saying this the other day, this is a mystery box. This has 5 to 10 different games in it. I don't know what they are. I don't know what platform they're from. I don't know what the value is on them. All I know is I paid I think it was $75 for this, and that doesn't include delivery. And all I've been told is they promise that it'll be more valuable than the $75 I spent. Yeah, I saw someone a while ago. One of the YouTubers I've been watching again. He did a lot of these mystery boxes a few years ago. And I wanted to give it a go because he looked like he had so much fun with it. And I want to increase my collection as well with random shit, not only just stuff I want and redeems. So I was like, fuck it, we'll give it a go. I also plan to cut down on my drinking, so I thought I'll cut out drinking at least once a week to be able to afford one of these because I nearly spend $80 of alcohol every week anyway. So I'll buy one of these once a month with my with that. Where'd you get that from? So on eBay, just a guy that basically bought them. How do they profit, though? I don't know, actually. I've never thought about that, really. I don't know what's in this, so I'm just going to open this. Oh my god, I think... Right, here we go. I'm not going to look at the boxes I pull them out, so I'm going to literally pull it out in front of you for the first time and have a look at them. So this first one is... Oh shit, an Xbox game! What the fuck is this? Still Life? What the fuck? I was not expecting that at all. So an Xbox game straight off the bat. Wow, it's 18 plus as well. This is an R-rated game. So this is definitely not from Australia, because there's no such thing as an 18 plus game in Australia until, like, well, very late on. God damn, what's that? It looks like a horror game. It does look like a horror game. Producers of Siberia 1 and 2 and a proud print Still Life. It is a serial killer trying to chase you, apparently. I'll need to ask email about that, because he probably knows about that. I assume just for lots of buying. I'd say so. Oh, it's in very nice. Look at that. It's got, like, the... It's got the manual. I like the disc as well. The disc is in great shape. Wow, look at that. It looks amazing, actually. Oh, God, the old Xbox did. Oh, it is not in good shape. The disc is fucked. I think this has been cleaned up, actually, by the looks of it. But it has been destroyed royally. Look at that. Holy fuck, dude. This has definitely had, like, the old toothpaste on it. This has been cooked. That's okay. I don't have an Xbox anyway, so I can't play it. And I doubt this would work on the 360. But this is really cool. I'm really, really happy with that. I wonder, does it have colored art in it? It does have colored art in it. Oh, it's definitely got like that Resident Evil steel type thing too. Look, it's got like the whole sorting system in it as well. It is colored though, which is really cool. I really was not expecting that. Oh my god, that is a very revealing start to that controller. This is sick. This is a really nice manual. I haven't got many Xbox games, so this is really cool. I'll get an Xbox at some point. But yeah, this is really cool. I really wasn't expecting an Xbox game straight up. This is sick. Wow. I don't know how much this would be. I might search up later and put it on. The case is a bit cooked, but again, this I don't think is going to be playable anyway. As I said, I'm pretty sure this isn't an Australian version of the game. But yeah, cool. That's one game. I'll pull out the next one. We play! Oh, I'm definitely going to get scuffed here. Wow. Actually, we don't have this, and I actually love this game. I don't know if anyone played this on the Wii, but this game was great. Some of the mini games were awesome. The tank mini game is hard as fuck in this, and is so much fun. It's a shitty little game, but it's cool. It is cool. It came with some of the Wiis later on. This was more of like a demo type thing that started to come with some of the later Wiis, and then you had to buy it at some point as well. This is pretty cool, actually. This is a pretty good game. I actually don't mind this at all, but it is still... Look at the disc. Nice. And it's got a manual as well. We'll take that. I don't think it's going to have anything. Oh, it does have a colored manual. Look at that. Cool. I like the orange disc. That looks fucking sick. And it is dirty as hell. So this person does nothing clean it. I will clean these up myself anyway. Don't worry about that. He said all of these are playable, so he has tested every single one of these. So I'd say he's done some cleaning to some of them. I did love the Wii as well. What a great console. Funny enough, I didn't get a PS3. I got a Wii. I haven't talked about this much before, but I got a Wii first, and I played a Wii until I was like 14 is when I got a PlayStation 3, basically. I did have a PS3 at the time, but then when my dad moved away, obviously I lost the PS3. So, but yeah, I mainly played the Wii most of my younger life, and on the DS. I had a PSP as well, which was PSP is amazing. But yeah, cool. Wii play. All right, next one. Oh my fucking god! I have this game. I forgot to put a poll in to say, will I get another game we have? We actually have the special edition of this game, funny enough, though. This is actually quite a pricey game. This is about 25 bucks, actually. I'm pretty actually surprised about this. I actually don't mind having 2 copies of this, because it is 2 different versions of it. And it looks like the expansions come with this one as well. This is definitely not a better copy than what I have there, I'm not going to lie. But it's still nice. Hello, Spartan. No manual. The disc is good. And the disc looks really good as well. I'm really happy with the quality of that, actually. I think this is a replacement cover. This doesn't look like an actual PS4 case. I don't reckon it is. I reckon this has been replaced, so I reckon at some point it's been damaged. But cool. Box openings, yeah. Cool. So that's 3 games so far, so we should at least have 2 more, guys. 2 more. I'm praying we have more than that, though. What the fuck? Oh, is this... Oh, what is this? Oh, what is this from? Oh, I can't remember. It's vintage. It's a... shit. Oh, I can't remember what this console's called. Atari, it is too. From the original Atari, yeah? Wow, I wasn't expecting this vintage of a game. It's in obviously crazy, like, bad shape, but it's International Edition Boxing, which is pretty sick. It has taken an absolute beating, but for how old it is, that's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of that. Like, look at that. That's so cool. That's actually awesome. I was like, what the fuck is this when I grabbed it? That's amazing. But this is definitely what was, like, swishing around in the box. I don't know how much this would be or anything like that, or whether it would be worth anything at all, but I really wasn't expecting this. I've never seen an Atari game, I don't reckon, in person. So this is really, really cool for me personally. It's a 2600, there you go. 50 years old? Holy shit, yeah. I've never seen one of these in person, ever. Like, ever. My family were big on games, but not that big, so a lot of their consoles they threw out or got rid of. My dad's the one that hoards most of his consoles before, as he got older. But that's really cool. Wow, looks like even Activision, like, literally inscribed on the back of it. That's so sick. 1980, goddamn. Wow, I really wasn't expecting that at all. All right. Oh, I reckon we have 2 more games. Oh, a DS game! Oh, it's Tron. Oh, wow! What the fuck, a DS game? I was not expecting this as well. Wow. This is insane. I really wasn't expecting. This is actually such a variety. So it looks like they're going to choose a different generation for all of them. I'm actually really happy with that. I always remember the story of ET game cartridges where they dumped millions of copies in the landfill. They're still there to this day, apparently, Spartan, I've heard, which is pretty insane. This is pretty cool, though. Wow. I wasn't expecting this, a DS game. You rarely see these in Australia anymore, like, ever. And even then, we didn't have a lot of games back in the day at all. If I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's just never been a thing, sadly. Well, wow, it's got the manual and everything, too. Wow, it looks incredible. It's even got the old Game Boy cartridge in there, too. Man, I love the game, too. The excitement and quick disappointment of Tron. Yeah, wow. I'm actually ecstatic about that. This is cool, though. I was expecting something, like, insane, obviously. It's a colored manual, too, which is crazy. I was happy and excited because I was actually going to try to get this on the PS3 because Squiggles actually got a copy of this on the PS3 and there's multiplayer trophies for it, and I was going to try platinum it. But yeah, this is really cool. I really wasn't expecting this. Now, I'm kind of hoping for a PS3 game here last. I don't know what it's going to be, though. But yeah, wow. That's actually, like, it's a nice cover. Actually, the cover's pretty cool. I'm pretty impressed with it. It's in very good shape, too. All right, let's have a look. Oh! GT5. I already have this game. Damn it. This is the collector's edition, though. Holy shit. Actually, I don't have the collector's edition of this game. Actually, funny enough. Does this come with Bathurst on it? One of them does. I can't remember if this one does or not. Yeah, wow. I have the original version of this game. My dad is a massive Gran Turismo fan and has played the first one the whole way up to the newest one. I bought the newest one for him the other year. It's one of his favorite games of all time, and it's one of the only times I've ever been really able to bond with him is over GT. I've tried really hard to get into it. I suck at racing games, but I've played hundreds of hours of them. Like, I've really grinded it. Gran Turismo Sport's the most I ever played. I played for 80 hours in, like, 2 weeks, trying to get good at the game and trying to get my dad to play the game, and he just wasn't interested with the online aspect, sadly. So I didn't end up playing the game with him, sadly, in the end. But I played the newest one against him. I need to get back on it as well. I actually want to get the platinum for that as well and beat my dad's ass on it. It's in great shape. as well. I'm not going to lie. It's actually in like insanely good shape. I don't know whether we're going to have all the special edition stuff in it. But yeah, cool. Let's have a look. So, the disc looks crisp. I'm going to pull that out straight away. The disc looks amazing. This looks brand new. This looks brand new. This disc looks actually brand new. It is brand new. This has not been used. This game has not been played at all. Wow. I was not expecting that. This PS3 has not been used at all. Like, this is actually insane. And that's very unoften that you find PS3 games. It's got the manual, which is amazing. The manual looks actually great. Yeah, nothing much really in it, to be honest with you. This is when they started to really get rid of a lot of stuff, sadly. And then there's 2 vouchers as well, but Gran Turismo... Oh, there's a theme? Cool. I might try claim this, actually. And it expired in 2012. I'll go fuck myself. That sucks. But these are super cool, and I'll still keep them in here. I like the 5 that's in it, too. But yeah, this is actually a really, really clean copy. I'm actually ecstatic about this. I reckon he's actually put this in here. And the original one might be stuffed, sadly. Clean. Yeah. Heat on Didge. I hope you're doing well, fam. I love the DS. It's easily my favorite console as much as Xbox PlayStation. I had fun on the DS. The DS was amazing, and so was the PSP. 2 really, really good systems. Who was I talking to the other day about this? But if they brought the DS back, it would still sell so well to this day, especially since it's been so long since they released one. It would do absolute numbers if they released it again. Like no cap. It would be amazing. And I hope they do. This also had 3D. I don't know. I forgot about this era. Does anybody remember when they were doing the 3D stuff on games and stuff and like DVDs, TVs, everything? And I forgot about video games actually having it, but this one had 3D mode in it. So you can actually play this on a 3D TV. And I heard it's pretty insane. Now, 3D TVs in Australia were just like 10 grand, so you'd never fucking see one. One of my mates had one once and then broke it with his Wii. So, yep. He threw the controller straight through it. But I've heard really amazing things about the 3D games. Green Lantern's another one recently I heard about. Apparently these are really good in 3D, and there was actually a free... there's a 3D Sony TV, which is amazing, and it's built mainly for the PlayStation 3, which is pretty cool. And yeah. Pretty impressed, though. Anyway, when I said 3D, that's right. I forgot about that. And that's it, though. So, yeah. My sister found my old 3DS, and she said she'd keep it. She can get charged up and working. Sorry, I'm just going to mute my phone. It's going off like crazy. Looks like some type of transfer happened or something. That's sick, though. Charged up and working. You were talking to me, lol. Oh, doing well, man. Have I missed much? Yeah, sadly you missed most of it, Tidge. Batman Arkham Asylum. We had many 3D movies on disc. Oh, really? You still have one? Apparently they're really good. They still run quite well to this day as well. I've heard really good things about them. I guess they are worth the money, aren't they? Is what I played the most, especially traveling. 3D TVs and game tech died so quickly. Yeah, I don't think they handled it well, and it came a bit too early. It was like 3D movies, and then they went, fuck yeah, let's bring the whole thing. Arkham Asylum is amazing anyway. But yeah, this was the mystery box, guys. So, as I said, we got an Atari game. I can't believe we got a fucking Atari game, dude. That's so random. Boxing. This is so cool. I'm actually ecstatic about this. This is, as I said, this is a mystery box that I just opened. It was 75 AUD, and then I paid delivery on top of it, and it had 5 to 10 random games, and it'll be more value than what I paid for. So there's a bunch of random stuff. I'm really ecstatic that he gave me one different game with everything in one. I literally will be buying another one of these for sure. This is so cool. I'm absolutely ecstatic about this. But we got boxing. We got an Xbox game called Still Life. I think this is, which is pretty cool. It's an Xbox game, original. Don't think this is an Australian edition of the game. Has the manual and the case in it. This is pretty cool. I was really ecstatic to see this first. I was not expecting an Xbox game. We are opening boxes. 3D tier, that works perfectly fine. Interesting. We then got Wii Play, which is a bit of a filler game, let's be honest. But I do love this game, and we don't have it, so I'm ecstatic about this. Our Wii still works, I believe. So I'm very, very happy about this. If not, I will buy another one at some point that will work. I would love to use it a bit more. But Wii Play is such an underrated game. I don't hear many people talk about it very often. Yeah, Wii still works. Awesome. 2 Point Hospital. I already have this game physically. Hang on, I'll go get my other copy of it real quick. Shit. Here it is. Sorry, guys. This is the special edition, jumbo edition of it. So it's a special edition. So I'm happy enough it's like a different type of version of the game. But obviously it's got like the reflection and the acrylic on it, which looks amazing. So sadly, this probably won't get shown on the shelf at all. But this is definitely an upgrade version of this original game. So I was a little bit shattered about getting that one again, but it's not the end of the world. 2 expansions? It does have the expansions, yeah. And this one has 4 instead of it. So this one is a little bit better. Sadly. What 3D movies in cinemas was elite? You didn't like 3D in cinema? But it's actually never experienced it, sadly. Or you never played it? You never got to see 3D movies? It's really big in Australia. Wii and other console had a lot of fun with, except the Wii Sports Boxing fighting Matt. Oh, so good. Came with 3D glass you had to wear for work, so we used the disc on our PlayStation console at the time and watched some stupid Disney dance movies. Lol, must have been Step Up or something. Oh, true. Yeah, Step Up 3, I reckon it would have been. Step Up 3D. You know, when they were doing that with, like, the third movies. And all the third movies came out. And then we got Tron, again, on the DS, which is pretty sick. Pretty ecstatic about this. I did sound disappointed about it because I wanted this on the PS3. I was actually planning to buy this. This is pretty cool. I'm really ecstatic about a DS game. I haven't seen a DS game in ages, and it's in really good shape. Probably barely ever used, to be honest, but, you know, that's what you want. And then Gran Turismo 5, which I love this game, and it is the special edition of it. So I'll actually will display this most likely over my other GT5 copy, or actually I'll probably put this right next to my other GT5 copy because it's got the special editions on it, which I'm a very big fan of, and I love GT. This Platinum isn't possible anymore, I don't think, but I would actually be tempted. But what I was going to do is, if any games were possible to Platinum, I would do them. But sadly, I'm already going to do this at some point, and I don't think this is possible anymore, so we won't be able to do any Platinums, I'm afraid. And I won't do a testing at this stage because it is such a variety, but at some point I will do a testing of all of them, I think, and give it a go. Probably do like a 12, 18 hour stream and just go through everything. But yeah, these are all of the games. So I'll go through the values after anyway, but it's pretty good. Pretty happy with everything. Good variety. Like, they gave me a different platform for everything. A fucking Atari. I still can't get over the Atari. It's so weird. When the Alice Wonderland stand movie. Oh yeah, the Avatar. That's right. I forgot about that. I did watch that in 3D. Remember that? Everyone loved it in school. It was one of the earliest movies I ever watched 3D plus Spy Girls. Oh, Spy Kids, not Spy Girls. Watched the thing out Shrek in 3D. Yeah, Shrek in 3D is another one. That was good. But yeah, I'm actually ecstatic about this. Like, they're just random games. They don't have to be amazing or anything. But, like, they do have a story behind them, like, for why I have them and, like, why they're a thing. And I like how different everything was. Like, none of them are even the same genre. So I really like this, what this person's done. So I'm definitely going to buy more of them from this person. No doubt in my mind. I'm definitely going to buy more because this is cool. I really am a big fan of it. I reckon I definitely hit my value, so I'm very happy with that. Right. So, as I said as well, we did open our normal games as well, if anyone did miss it again. So, as I said, we bought a bunch of random stuff and a lot of redeems. So, Shadow of Mordor was a game I want to do for a speed run. Monster Hunter Wilds was redeemed community by Blaze. 1111 Memories Retold is for the Alphabet Challenge. Final Fantasy 15 was a fake cover, which I'm shattered about. The Witcher 3 was supposed to be redeemed by John, but changed their mind. Scarlet Nexus was redeemed by Spicy for the Alphabet Challenge. Dragon Age Inquisition was redeemed by Hex. Chivalry 2 is something I just wanted. And Dragon Ball Z Burst Limit is one of my favorite games of all time, and that's why that's there. And Immortals Aven was also redeemed by Didge. There you go, Didge. So, cool. I'm very, very happy with that. With Dragon Ball Burst Limit, I don't really stream like fighting games very often or anything like that, but I might actually I might, before the alphabet challenge, might just beat this in one sitting. I think this is like 8 hours, this game. I love this game so much. We might just do it for the sake of it. I'm extremely happy with what I got, though. Like, seriously, from the mystery box and stuff like that. So, but yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 16 games. There you go. And as I said, so 65 and about 150. So about $200 worth of stuff there, and 16 different games as well. So I'm very, very, very happy with like all of that. But yeah, pretty cool. Thank you for everyone that came in to watch. I really don't know what the hell I'm doing, to be honest with you. I'm just planning to do this every once in a while. I'll basically stack up anything that has been redeemed. I'll order them. They'll sit in their boxes until the 15th of next month. I know it's the 14th today, but I cheated today because I was too excited. For the 15th of next month, I'll stack them all up. All of the games that I buy for redeems and any extras that I get. I plan to buy at least one PS3, one PS4, and one PS5 game. And as I said, I bought 2 PS3 games this time, which is Shadow Mordor and Dragon Ball Burst Limit. And then I bought 15, which was a fake cover, as I said. It's a fake cover art and not the right case either, which was a bit shattering. And Chivalry 2 was the other one that we bought as well. So those are the 3 games that I ended up buying. But I'll do that once a month just to keep it, I don't know, keep it interesting, do something different for stream. I love collecting games, and I plan to collect a lot more this year. To start a new hobby and start like pivoting my money in different directions rather than just on dumb stuff all the time. Because I'm really bad for that. But yeah, thank you all for watching. What a stack. Burst Limit is Elite Def up there. Lack of Budokai. It's my favorite fighting game of all time, and I always forget about it. But it's my favorite fighting game of all time, and I love this so much. I've beaten it multiple times. It was the first game I ever beat on hard mode. It's what got me into Dragon Ball Z as well, or Dragon Ball in general. It's in really good shape too. This copy has never been used. The disc is so clean, it's not even funny. So I'm really ecstatic about this one. But yeah, I think we might do that at some point. Cool. So I'll just change the camera screen. And welcome back to reality. We just fix this up a bit. Cool. Did you ever do the Kakarot plat? No. No, I haven't done any of the Dragon Ball games since. I've never platinumed a Dragon Ball game because this doesn't actually have any trophies, sadly, but otherwise I would have had the platinum in this. And Xenoverse, sadly, I ran out of time to get that platinum. It's hard to grind now, so I could still do it, but I would have to restart, and it's a pain to do now with like no one on the servers. Might nearly do 2, but then 2's apparently pretty broken now too, sadly, so I might not get to that either. But I would love to. A few people are on there now grinding it out, but it's such a long one for me to like go for again. Right, that was a bit nerve-wracking, and I do apologize. Again, I don't know what the hell I was doing. So, sort of just here and there, everywhere. But I tried to do everything I could. Thank you for doing the shout there, Minx. I appreciate it. I did some more trophy hunting yesterday, because, as I said, I was feeling a bit under the weather yesterday, mentally and physically. So I didn't stream yesterday. So I re-downloaded Kingdom 2 Crowns and tried to keep myself occupied. I got 2 ultra rare trophies yesterday, so we got Above and Beyond, and then I Have the Power as well. These are DLC ones for the Norse. This DLC is freaking brutal, by the way. This was so brutal. The Platinum's brutal, but this is brutal. I tried to do it deathless as well, so I actually played this game, and I don't think if Rikoi really noticed yesterday or not, but I played this game for 15 hours straight yesterday. Yeah, with literally like no breaks, and I just played it like non-stop trying to get this one done because this was really brutal, and I can see why they were ultra rare. And then I played it for another 5 to 6 hours today as well. So, but I got those 2 trophies done, which is really big. There's still this DLC as well. I haven't bought this yet because the DLC is very expensive and just never drops in price. So I have to be patient and wait for it to drop, but it will eventually. That explains that. That light is extremely bright, and I'll turn the light off in a second. But yeah, those are just 2 extra trophies I cleaned up. I'm not going to be able to 100% it before the Alphabet Challenge starts. Is that a FF15? Yes, it is, yeah. It's got the console in there as well. Hang on. Oh, boxes there. Shit, I need to move that. Actually. So yeah, this was the main console that I had for the PS4. So this is the first thing I ever bought with my paycheck. It's yeah.
So there was an immigrant in America from Vietnam that founded it in 1980.
That was the first thing I ever bought. Yeah, from my first paycheck ever from working. That was the first thing I bought. I saved up for like fucking 8 weeks, I think, and was like, screw it, and went and bought it one day. I saw they had a version of it, and I went and talked to old mate about it, like the guy at the store, and I was like, "You guys got one still?" Like, "Yep." I'm like, "I'm buying that, right?" And I said, "Can I buy that?" And he said, "Yeah." So I bought it. Well, he held it for me for 2 days, actually. Now I think about that. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. So pretty, man. Thanks, bro. I try. Damn, that looks good. It's amazing. It's as I said. So I've actually like it was my main console, so I had one. So one of the main arguments I had with it was obviously like my mum used to take my PS4 off me when I was younger, when I was like a teenager, and because she's like, I bought it, I get to keep it, so I went and bought that, and she went to pick up about a week into like went to pick it up and take it off the wall, and I said, I paid for it, it's mine, you can't take it. Should have got slapped silly for that one, to be honest, but it worked, and then she couldn't take my console away from me anymore, so that's why we ended up doing that. But that console has like run its course nearly, but I sealed it up. It's got so what I did was the last day before the PS5 came out, what I did was I beat my top 10 games of all time on that PS4 generation all in a row. I beat every single one of them. I did like BioShock Infinite, I did Kingdom Hearts, I did Final Fantasy 15, I did Persona 5, all of those in a row. Had them all installed, and as I last played them, they're like left sitting there. So 15 was the last game I played on that console, and I turned it off, pulled it out of the wall. Oh shit! Pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Pulled it out of the wall, and it's still got all the games installed on there to this day. So when I open it up, and it still has my primary console as well on it. So when I open it up, it'll work straight away. And I'll be able to play everything on it, basically. That's the idea of it. But yeah, it's kind of like stored right now with all my favorite stuff on it. But I love that console, man. My original PS4, I gave to my cousin, and he sold it a week later, which was shattering. Because I gave it to him to play games with me, and he sold it and went and got an Xbox. And I regret that every day. And I gave him a sealed copy of Final Fantasy 15 too, the deluxe edition, which I also regret giving away. This poetic, man. I love it. Ah, man, I'm so cringe. But yeah, that was cool. But I'll put this away. The fuck? What's up, Spicy? Oh, like he sold it? Yeah, my cousin's a bit like that sometimes. Almost like a time capsule for yourself down the line. Yeah, for real. I plan to do it on the 10th anniversary, which is not too far away now. Of, like, the PS5, I meant. But I think I will eventually at some point, But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm sorry if anyone missed it. As I said, I'll edit it and put it on YouTube for everybody so you guys can see what's going on with it. But it's just a bit of fun, like it's, And I plan to do it for a bit, just to give me a bit of a goal. And like I said, I'll replace drinking with it. Bro, if I gifted someone nice and they just sells it, I'm never giving anything again. Well, I never did after that. Never gave him another thing, to be honest. Especially my original PS4, because the whole point was he's supposed to give it back to me. And he never did, so... I just realized I don't have my PS5 plugged in, because I was in such a rush to start this stream and open the boxes that I forgot. God damn it. But yeah. But yeah, I'm really happy with those games. Like really happy. I definitely will continue to do that, and I'll definitely buy another one from that guy, especially since he gave me such variety as well. But yeah, not much really happened the past 2 days. I just got some two ultra rare trophies added to the account and a bit more to percentage to Kingdom 2 crowns, the bastard of a game. This game's cost me, so it says 20 hours for the platinum. The platinum took me 60 to begin with, and it's probably a 7 or an 8 out of 10, not a fucking 4. And all the information's outdated. And then the DLC took me 25 in the end, including, because I didn't even count this one that I did yesterday as well. So it took 25 hours, and then the other DLC is going to take 30. So the game's going to take me over 100 hours to beat in the end. And the platinum's only meant to take 40 with 100% apparently. So yeah, lying through the teeth. 93.13% though, which is pretty insane. 418,000 in the world, and I've got like a fair few unfinished games, so the percentage is pretty high right now. I'm honestly like, I've got one more game to go until the alphabet, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I am a little nervous to like finish this final game and start the alphabet challenge. I'm like a little anxious for it all, but I know I should do it because I'm excited for it at the same time. But I kind of just don't want to do Rhapsody and start it as well at the same time, but I do want to do Rhapsody. I'm a little nervous to play this game now. I wonder if it's going to be good or not. No one's done it. I think we were looking yesterday. Yeah, only 37 people have done it, and there's missables all through the first game that you play. So this collection has Rhapsody 2 and Rhapsody 3, and you need to platinum. You need 100% both games, and there is so many missables in the second game. It's insane. Like insane. So, but we're not going to be using this guide because this guide sucks. No disrespect to the person that made it. I don't think it's going to be 30. I think this is going to be 50 hours, by the way, as well. But all they did was outline what you can miss, and that's it. Is it a JRPG? I don't know. Apparently, it's like an old school PS1 JRPG, and that's all I've been really told. But apparently a little different. So it'll be interesting. I don't even know if the story's going to be good or anything. Like I said, Rocky redeemed this one, so it should be interesting. I don't even know if Rocky's played this game. That's my next thing, actually. I don't even know if Rocky's played this. There's not even like a... I bought this physically, by the way, and it still hasn't come, by the way, just to let everybody know. So I actually have this one physically. I bought it, but I bought it digitally as well. But it hasn't came yet, so we need to wait. I swear this looks like a visual novel. Okay, interesting. It should be interesting. I think it's all hand drawn the whole game. So it's an old school game. It's gonna be I think it's gonna be really hard. I'm gonna be honest. It's 10%. I think a lot of people have attempted this too. 300 people have attempted it, and only 37 people have done it, which is worrying. I'm not gonna lie.
Without the space, you can type any song and the name of any video, and it will pop up.
Let's see what this says real quick. 2 years ago, so no one's done it for a while. But yeah, we'll give it a go. Actually, it looks pretty. I think it's going to be cool. Let me go and get my console. I forgot about it. Like I said, I got so excited that I accidentally didn't plug my PS5 in. Oh yeah, just pure FF PS1 error. Yeah. Apparently it's going to be pretty brutal, I think. But we'll see. All right, I'll be back in a second. I'll just grab my PlayStation real quick and I'll plug it in.
Okay. Let's see. Queue. No. Backup playlist. New. No backup playlist. Alright, accept all.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that though.
Why do I have to have a backup playlist? Oh, okay, whatever. Move this here. Sorry, move this here. Media request. So on through.
Yeah, actually, guys, I forgot. We should check the value of those games. Hey. Whoop! I pressed the button. No. Yeah, let's actually check the value of the games real quick before we actually get this started. Let's see whether this guy lied or not. Let's go boxing Atari. So we're the boxing Atari 2600 real quick to start off. It's $20 by the looks of it. I mean, that's in worse condition than mine though. Damn, it's not very common. So $16 by the looks of it. Pretty worn. That's it. That's in worse shape than mine as well. It's like $20. We'll go Tron.
Yo, they changed the music of this.
Tron Evolution. Hang on, let me get my calculator up real quick.
Oh,
We should do PAX this year. PAX is during Bathurst, actually. Is the only problem. Damn, this is $20 as well, actually. So we got 16 plus 23. You selling some of them? No, I'm just checking because he said it would be worth more than what I paid. So let's see, hey?
I'm a bit uncomfortable. I heard the bear and that Grumpy was here.
Okay, so it's going to be hard finding our copy, actually.
Yeah.
So this is actually... Is this what it's supposed to come in? Yeah, it is. So I think the game is from this actually.
Get the other shapeshift.
It is, look. So someone traded in just the game and kept the signature stuff. Damn. Imagine I got that though. That'd be insane. But that's $300. Holy shit. So my copy actually doesn't exist, in other words. Probably. Yeah, so my copy doesn't really exist in general.
You got the aquatic 4. Let's go.
So probably like 30. I would say 30 AUD by the looks of it. Because any of the special edition ones are about $30. So probably like $30. I know like the normal copy's not, but I think
Oh, sorry, by the way.
maybe I would say let's go 20 just to be safe. Who cares? You know, we'll just be careful about it.
Check this out.
Go we play. $3. Fair enough. Okay, we're on 62 already, so we're about to hit the marker. Still Life on Xbox is $15 by the looks of it. Well, it looks pretty 50-50 actually. Yeah, that's the Australian version there.
By the way, if you want to help me, if you have any time,
Let's go 15.
you want to help me figure out how to add workers
And 2 Point Hospital.
Probably all day.
That's the wrong copy, actually. How the fuck did I do that?
I need to grind. Yeah. Gotta get to that level.
I won't go cash converters because
Oh, by the
I'm
way,
never sure of cash converters, to be honest. They're a bit dodgy sometimes. We'll go $20 for that one just to be safe, eh?
nice.
Okay, so I did cut some numbers off a few of them because, like, I don't know the exact, like, values of a lot of them. But I'd say, like, from the cheapest. So I would say... So I got 97 here, and I paid... I'm pretty sure it was 65. I'm pretty sure. I keep changing that number, but I'm pretty sure it's 65 or 75. So I've still got $20, like, more value out of this than, you know, what I could have spent. So he is, like... He isn't lying.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Words on
And it is a good variety, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, we got an extra $20, like, value on all these games. Which is pretty sick. I'm pretty ecstatic about that, actually. I'm definitely going to be ordering more from this person. I need to make sure he doesn't run out, though. I might contact him. Oh, thank you so much for the 55 stream streak there, Squigs. I hope you're doing well, dude. How you doing today? Just want to see...
I need to level up once. I'll do it. Dark Sewers. Yeah. Okay, Sophie, thank you so much. That was scary, and yeah, appreciate you. God damn it, man. I might need to turn this down. This is insane. That wasn't me. Oh! Oh, Dark Ray, what's up, dude? Thank you. Of course it is. You did this.
Alright, cool. There's an achievement guide here, so we'll use this, I reckon.
God damn it, man.
How's the stack? It was good. It was good.
I'm gonna shout
Did you want to see it real quick before I switch games? I got... So they gave me a different... Or otherwise I'm putting... I'll just show you real quick. Hang on. You're playing on Steam. Thought you had it on console. I do, but there's no good achievement guide, and the Steam actually guides are usually better sometimes. Funny enough. So for the mystery box, we got an Atari game, Atari Boxing. They're a different type of generation for every single one, like a different platform. Tron Evolution on the DS. I might turn this off real quick. Tron on the DS. Gran Turismo. Oh, how the fuck did I even achieve that, dude? I'm not even like clicking anything right now. Gran Turismo 5 on the PS3, which is a special edition copy. This was out of the big deluxe edition box, which is like $400, and the game, someone just gave up the game, obviously. 2 Point Hospital, which I already have, but I knew I was going to get something that I already had, even though I don't even have that much of a fucking collection. I got Still Life on the Xbox. I've never even seen this game before. I don't know if it's not even an Australian copy of the game, but it looks like an action horror type thing. Looks like Silent Hill or like a Resi type game. I don't know if you've heard about it before. Came with a manual though and everything, like colored manual, which is pretty sick. Wii Play on the Wii. Such a filler game, but yeah. But I got those games. That was out of the mystery box. Wait, so I just counted up the value and I got $20 more value than what the box is worth. So I'm pretty happy about that. At a minimum as well. I think including the delivery, I still got more value out of it, which I'm ecstatic about. And then I got 10 other games as well. I got Dragon Ball Z Burst Limit on the PS3. Probably one of the underrated Dragon Ball Z games. Shadow of Mordor on the PS3. Just the standard game. It's absolutely terrible, but we'll play it. Chivalry 2 on the PS5. Thank you, Darkrai. I appreciate you. A fake copy of Final Fantasy 15. This I tried not to lose my shit when this happened. I'm not gonna lie, but this is a fake copy of Final Fantasy 15. I don't think you can see it, but like the art has tears in it. Yeah, I think you can kind of see it. It has tears across the entire thing, like it's been printed. It's day one edition, and doesn't say day one on the side of it. And I know that 15 says day one on the edition on the side of it because, well, you wouldn't believe it, but I picked it up day one, but bought the deluxe edition, so I know what it looks like. And it's definitely a fake, different case. And it's M rated with a shitty classification that's obviously just been slapped on. And the game's actually like the UK edition of that game. So, Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm pretty salty about it. I was really excited to get another copy of 15, so I'm gonna have to go get one myself. I'm gonna have to fucking look. I'm gonna have to get it physically to know. That's the first shit game I've gotten from CX as well. Memories Retold on the PS4. This is the one that Email redeemed. I don't know if Email played this on stream or not. I forgot to ask about that. Immortals Avium. Good to order from digitally, online, I mean. Yeah, I bought all these games from them. I've bought, like... Well, you've got one near you, Quantum. Shit. I've bought probably 40 to 50 games from them this year, and that's the first shitty one I've gotten. Which I'd say maybe... I would say something happened with this. This might have been in like a deluxe edition box and they didn't know about it, or something's happened, I would say. And it's just gone through somehow, and someone was just lazy because after Christmas. Because I ordered this on Boxing Day, so I'd say it just slipped through somehow. It would have been just in something, and people was like, fuck it. Someone not doing their job somewhere. Apart from that, they've been extremely good. And also, actually, that one came from a store that I haven't gotten from, so I'm not quite sure where that came from. The Witcher 3 on the PS4. This is actually a really nice copy of it. And then I got Scarlet Nexus. The PS5. Spicy's new S game on the Alphabet Challenge. And Dragon Age Inquisition on the PS4. Yeah. Those are the games I got in the end. Yeah, but I would say definitely worth it. Definitely worth it, Quantum of Online anyway. Because I got 3 brand new games just then. So, like, Dragon Age, like, this, I couldn't remember, this, Dragon Ball Z Burst Limit being, this is brand new. I really do mean this. This is brand new. This has not been touched. It's pretty insane. Like, the disc has literally never been touched, ever. Like, you can see it. So, it's, and what was the other game that was insanely, like, in really good shape? My brain's not working. Oh, Monster Hunter Wilds is brand new as well. And I think there was one more that was brand new in here. I think The Witcher 3 is in extremely good condition as well. Might have been just a collector's piece. So I'm extremely happy, honestly. Respectable stack. Thanks, Bean. Appreciate you. I didn't get too much. Like, I only got it over a short period. I'll probably either have more or less games next time. Like, more expensive ones or not. But I would definitely, Quantum, I would recommend them. They've been really good so far. They do slap this sticker on, but it's extremely easy to peel off. Like, it's just like...
It's essentially, so, the chibi version of it.
Well, that's... I was about to say, then you can't see, like, it's even been there, but there's a fucking... I can see it! I don't know if anyone remembers fucking Kmart, man, but Kmart had some of the worst fucking stickers of all time. For game covers. Just used to wreck the shit out of them. I can literally see the remnants of one. Because I used to work at Kmart, so I know what it fucking looks like. See the outline of it, damn it. But they peel off really easy as well. So it's, I think it's worth, definitely. I think CX is great. I think CX is probably the easiest and definitely... I think out of every company, apart from... there's a company called Super Retro. That's a Sydney-based company, I think. Or it might be Melbourne, actually. And you can actually choose how good of condition it is. So you can go onto their website. I'll show you this, actually. Hang on, let me find it. But if you really want, like, a nice copy of a game, you definitely want this. Let me try to find, like, a really brand new game. So it has, like, multiple copies of it. Yeah, here we go. Red Dead 2. So we'll get Red Dead 2, for instance. I'll zoom in a bit for this. If it'll let me. And see, it's got sealed, disc only. So for you can get a sealed copy of Red Dead 2 on here for $29 if you really want it. So it's brand new, never been opened. Standard, which is just obviously pre-owned or secondhand, and then disc only if you really want to cheap out, or obviously, you know, really want an easy one. So this is easily the best website in Australia, in my opinion. This is an Australian company as well. This is easily the best by a country mile. And look, you can even get like Game Boy games, standard 119, cosmetic damage 109, boxed 499, cosmetic damage boxed. Like, they give you the most variety. And there's also, like, for really old games, if I can try to find another one. All the games I've gotten from this website, like, I bought my GTA 4 from here. They gave me it with the manual and the map inside. So they generally always put the manual in, and also whatever extras is usually, they tend to find it and have a look. But yeah. So I would recommend this company. If you want somewhere really nice, it looks like there's actually one in Gold Coast. I forgot about that. And one in Brisbane now. They must be just put one in Brisbane recently. I only know about the Melbourne one and the Gold Coast one. Gold Coast is such a random fucking spot for it. There's literally, like, no one lives in Gold Coast, bro. But yeah, if you want really nice copies of games, I recommend this website. Which I should have gotten here anyway. Like, really, I need to buy more from here than anywhere else, in my opinion. I'm a fucking idiot. When did they have sealed copies of Final Fantasy 15 on here?
I need to add some redeems for this. This is like my special event kind of thing.
No, they don't.
3 hours to do. Nice.
Bugger. They've got sealed copies of 16 though, which is kind of intriguing. I'll look into that eventually.
Yeah.
Got GTA 4 from PS3 when I got it. Super Retro, I've heard of them. Probably on Southside. At least it's close to the good PC shop. Yeah, definitely check it out. They're really good. And they repair everything as well. Like, so they're able to repair everything. And they're insane because, they sell really old tech as well, so they actually refurbish and sell, like, iPods, like the iPod Nano, some of the original, like, iPods and stuff, iPhones, like, they sell everything there and refurbish everything there. I was going to send my PS4 there, actually, to get fixed, or my PS5. I was actually, like, I'm supposed to go to Queensland next year, and I might take my PS5 to go get it refurbished. I might give them a call and see how long it takes, because I'm there for 2 weeks, so I might get it fixed while I'm there. There's one in Melbourne, but I'm like, I'll go through Brisbane, so it's, you know, it's easier that way. Anyway, that's the stack. Good idea, yeah. I think mine's due, because it's day one as well. It needs stuff replaced, so.
I don't know if I do my usual
Meet up in 27? Yes. Oh no, this year. Shit, it's this year now. 26. Sorry. At this point, yes, we will be coming up. It'll depend on my life and whether I can get some time, send some time off. You know, that's the problem at the moment. I need time off to go, and I need to get the go ahead. How much were those Game Expo tickets, Rikoi? I wouldn't mind that for a birthday gift, to be honest. If you want. If you're still listening.
Imagine it with black hair. No idea. I love my blonde. Suits me well.
Yeah, cool. How long did that take, Leslie? There? I didn't look. But yeah. You should look and see. Like I said, you know, if you want, I wouldn't mind going to something like that, to be honest. It's a while away, so we could probably set something up. If you don't have anything plans in March, of course. If you've already got plans, then no. Me? No, sorry, I was talking to Rikoi. But you need to let me know early enough for work as well, so I can go. Though we are vibing there. Would that take an hour and a half? I'm pretty happy with that. Alrighty. Might as well begin, hey? I'm a bit nervous for this game. I've heard some things about it. Again, I don't know if Rocky's played this or not. $85 for 2 or 60, 160 VIP. Well, we don't really need VIP, but what do we need 2 days for? Are they selling stuff as well? Are they actually selling stuff? Fucking hell. Hope not. Because I will buy stuff if that's the case. I really don't want to. Sorry, let me load up the trophies real quick. Is it 30? How many trophies are there? There are 41 in this game. That reminds me that I do need to buy Yotai for the next one. Next order. VIP? Yeah, I sent you the link. You can try games that aren't out yet. No, they're definitely going to be selling stuff too. Yeah, if you want. Has stuff for sale. Yeah. 2 days, skipping queues and private lounge. No, we don't need to worry about the VIP. Alright, let's begin. See what this is all about.
Long ago, on the outskirts of the capital, there was a village called Orange. A young girl with the power to become friends with puppets lived there. Her name was Cornet. Cornet's dream was to fall in love with the prince. One day, Marl's prince saved Cornet's life in the Wonderwoods. She fell in love. But before he could reciprocate, the prince was turned to stone by the evil witch Marjorie. To save the prince, Cornet journeyed with her puppets. There was laughter and pain, triumph and heartbreak. She experienced them all. Finally, she defeated the witch. Her love bore fruit. Cornet married her prince, and they had a lovely child. And then, 12 years later...
Holy shit. Damn, that looks retro for real. Oh, do I need to beat the game on hard? I do, don't I? Damn, what a banger though. I would play it on hard. This is so kawaii. Stop it now. Happy birthday, Lady Akuro. Blow out the candles, Lady Akuro. We decorated this together. We even made sure to get enough for your age. Wahahaha. Oh, 999 wouldn't quite fit on it, Meow. Make a wish, Meow. Make a wish. A wish. Yes, I only have one wish. To obtain the shadow of beauty and live on forever, young and beautiful. That's our Lady Akuro. Wicked as can be. Hurry and blow out the candles, Lady Akuro. I'm famished. Famished. Oh my god, dude. I know, you're so irritating. Look at those giggle physics. Did you forget the J? I'm guessing. Pixel physics, nice. Where is the princess? Lady Etoile. What is everyone gonna have a fucking hard name to pronounce here? Has already arrived. I'm so sorry, General Geo. There we go. Calling out to her for some time now, but... How utterly pathetic. A child is running circles around grown adults. Your Highness. It's already morning, Princess Kuru. My eyes are so confused. Was too enamored to find J. Lamau. Please wake up, Your Highness. Holy pixels in here. Holy shit, dude. You're to meet Lady Etoile in the father's place. Good grief, run out on it again, It's because you and Randy are too soft on her, father. Spoiling a child does this. You're the same as always. You'll understand once you marry and have your own. I'd like grandchildren. I don't intend to marry or have children, father. Regardless, our princess Wild Shriek is a problem. Where did she get to it from? The smell of fresh air is the best. It's spring break after all. It's such a waste to be cooped up in the castle. How do they know it's spring? Don't. Fuck it. Father and mother are away right now, so I'll spend today exploring outside. Then, just like mother did, I'll find a prince of my own and live happily ever after. He'll be kind, smart, strong, and cool. Wait for me, my prince. I'm coming. This might be one of the most anime games I've ever played, and I'm fucking 10 seconds into the game. This is giving Tales of vibes. Probably inspired by Tales of, hey. Sorry, the other way around. Holy shit, look how old. I can't even... Here we go. What? How the fuck is she walking up a... Healing candy. Nice. Cleaning, cleaning, la la la. Heading out, princess. You should calm down or General Geo will scold you. It's nice and sunny again. The kingdom is so peaceful thanks to the king. Oh, your highness. You snuck out again. Yeah. My parents are both away, so this is my only chance. I think the queen sees right through you, princess. What the? Why is there a treasure chest in a place like this? What? This is a puppy? There's a letter too. Dear Kururu. Alright. Knowing
Dear
how...
Kururu,
Oh, here we go.
knowing how headstrong you can be, I'm sure you'll find this treasure chest. While I'm away, you're no doubt thinking, now's my chance to venture out into the world at large and find my prince. Am I right? What am I supposed to do with you? Since I'm sure you won't go back, even if I tell you to, I'm leaving this puppet here for you. I'm sure it will be of great use to you, Kururu. Think of it as a good luck charm. Remember to take it with you wherever you go. Understand? Also, you may run into the puppets I used to travel with, though they could look different after being reborn. If you find them, make sure to talk to them. They just might help you out. Well now, be careful out there. I'll be cheering you on from afar. Do your best. Remember, Kururu, take the initiative. Love, Mom.
Reminds me of Golden Sun. I remember hearing about Golden Sun. Mother! Alright, take the initiative. I'll definitely be able to find my very own prince. What? What the fuck did she just pull that trumpet from? It's one of the best RPGs, Game Boy Advance I remember. I've heard really good things. I'm a young Legend. It's nice to meet you. Child Legend has joined the party. Okay. Want to know about... You can select special to use a special attack. They're all quite effective, but if you use special, it will use up some HP, so be careful. Oh, okay. Curious about puppet growth? Yes. If you set puppets as your partners, they'll gain XP as you battle with them. Puppets can learn new spells and abilities when they level up. Be sure to set your own puppets if you want. Whoa, so it's like Pokemon? And also equip special enotium called Jewels to make your puppets stronger. Jewels can increase attack, spell power, and even let you use a legendary spell. Pick good combinations to make your puppet the best. Want to know about puppets? If you select puppets in the battle, you can call on puppets to aid you. You're still young, so you can't fight well, right? Have your puppet friends help you out in battle. But be careful, calling on puppets requires you to use your own notium. Okay, check your purse before you use any puppets. Want to know about rewards? Sure. Using puppets will find the gouge with musical notes. You can then use rewards as gauge gets filled up. The many types and small musical notes you have, the stronger they get. Huh. Okay, this is already what I wasn't expecting this. What the fuck is this? This game's so weird already. Ah, the toads are singing in chorus. I don't want to go this way. But there's no other path. I can't get to the town without crossing the bridge. It's a toad! Okay, they've got auto.
Secret technique! Shadowless Slash! I'm still on my journey to mastering the sword.
What the fuck?
Yeah! Yeah! Kudu wins!
It's like that was like gag manga type stuff, man. Oh, we got a health candy, nice. Oh, another one spawned. Oh, and the toad turned into a puppet and joined the party. Oh, okay. Phew, that was close. I really hate toads, yuck. If only my prince would save me when I get into a scrape like this.
Your Highness! Wait for me! Where are you going, Your Highness?
Huh? Oh, it's nowhere important.
You think you can pull one over on me? You want to sneak out again, don't you? Anything but that. Think of your position. You really can't leave the castle.
Shut up! I'm just going out to play. You used to sneak out with me all the time, Randy.
It's not happening. General Gio will be furious.
Like I'm scared of him. Mother's not around, so there's absolutely nothing for me to be afraid of. 女の子ならみんな夢見る
素敵なプリンセス
私はクルル
姫様のお供にだ姫様を知ってる人は
口を揃えて言うはい
おてんばプリンセス手にないんだこれが
恋に憧れいざ遥かな世界へ
小さな
ポケットに
大きな希望詰め込み海越え山越えて探しに行こうさあ向こうに待ってる冒険の始まり何より大切な宝物心に抱いて出かけよ
So parts of this game are a musical? What the fuck just happened, dude? Rainy does not have anything equipped. Okay, he joined the party after all that. This is... Yes. What Jace is doing, no doubt new Froberg is showing them exceptions hospitality. How nice. I'm not going there. I don't know how I feel about that. A shame, isn't it, Tara? To think that Cornet would be away when we came to thank her. There's nothing we can do. Maybe she'll be in next time. What if these people are Mother's friends? Did you need something? Hold on, Tara. Doesn't she look familiar? Don't you mention it? What? What is this? There's something on my face? Are you Cornet's daughter? Yes, that's right. I knew it! Cornet helped us out a long time ago. My mother did. It's thanks to her that we sisters were able to reunite after a long separation. Oh, I know. I have a present for you. Huh? What is it? To be honest, I was going to give it to Cornet, but when your mother went on her adventure, she took us with her. We were just puppets. Thanks to Cornet, we were able to become human. This is what we looked like back when we were puppets. Now put some heart into it and blow the horn. I'm sure they'll be useful. Sorry. Sparta! Song really brings back old memories. I'm sure the other puppets Cornet helped me out when we repay somehow. If you run in any, be sure to try talking to them. Okay, thank you. Give your mother my regards. That was... This game is like throwing me fucking for a curveball, bro. Have you found the goddess? No. What do we just... I found the princess. Oh no, they found us already? What'll it be, princess? Breakthrough like always? Yeah, frontal sack. Am I gonna make it back alive? Oh shit, that's some damage. Ah!
Nice.
Nice. 6 XP. Okay. Interesting. We leveled up. Level 2. Child Legend is now level 2 as well. Nice. The white flag. What the fuck? I lost. My. Is that Kururu I happened to spy over there? So this is what you skipped our meeting for. Etoile. You intend to sneak out, no? General Geo was in a snit. I'm sorry. Oh ho ho ho. There's absolutely nothing for you to apologize over. You're only young once. I'll keep your secret. Go on and head outside to play. Thank you, Etoile. Oh ho ho. You truly are such an honest, adorable girl. Not all like your mother. All Cornet did was brag and lie. Etoile, they're going to find if we talk too long. My, do forgive me. Take care now. I will. Play with Creo again, okay? Okay. Fuck. Perfect. I was feeling real bored, stuck sitting in a place like this. Mind playing at your horn? Sure thing. Spot is the best. Okay. I don't know what the thing is with the puppets, but fair enough. Your Highness, this is a command from General Geo. Return to your room. Come on, Your Highness, let's just go back. I bet Sonia's mad too. Fine, I understand. I'll do it. Destroy them! Sufficient attack. Oh, I'm dead.
All right.
Hang on, okay. Longer on the outskirts of the capital, there was a village called Orange. A young girl with power to become friends with puppets lived there. Her name is Cornet. Cornet's dream was to fall in love with a prince. One day, Marl's prince saved Cornet's life in the Wonder Woods. She fell in love, but before he could reciprocate love, oh yeah, we've read all that before. That's nice of them to say, but it's so embarrassing. Oh, wrong way. No, I went the wrong way! There's no escape, princess. The others won't be any easier. I'm not so soft-hearted. I won't give up. The tricks won't work. I've played tag for 20 years. Nice. Got me again, damn it. Oh yeah. 12 XP, nice. No one leveled up. Square. The controls are extremely touchy. Oh nice, got a healing candy. Eroding Chaperone. Nice name, fam. Ben! The guard has to stand there every day, but he's actually really lonely. He acts all stiff with you, but he's actually really happy he gets to talk. He'll even talk to me. Heh, he gives me candy too. I can't eat candy, so I'll give it to you, could I do? Okay, interesting. Ew, but I've been hearing the music while doing words, lol. Music's kind of not too bad, actually. I don't mind it. It reminds me of, like, the Game Boy generation, like Spicy said. Heh, I'm impressed she made it this far. I should congratulate you. However, so long as I, Radiant Zolbarif, stand you, shan't be allowed to. Go to town for the sake of Captain Sonia. On guard!
Secret technique! Shadowless Slash! I'm still on my journey to mastering the sword.
So stupid, dude. How you doing today, Zophie? Apologize I wasn't talking too much and opening the boxes.
That was kinda close, huh?
Do 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 do. Level 3. Child Lodgems now at level 3. Learn sleep. Nice. Heh. No true king could actually go all out against the child. Okay. Alright, it'll probably be okay now. To the outside world, wait for me, my dear prince. Sheesh. But for more than a scolding this time. Come on, let's go, Randy. Yes, your highness, on my way. Me doing good today? That's good, fam, I'm glad. Well, the story begins. Our first trophy. Interesting. Very interesting. Number 1. I like the trophy design. That looks sick. Okay. So from what I can see, yeah, okay. The base game is basically what most people have done in this. Cool. Act 1, her first adventure. Whoa! This is totally different from what I see from inside the carriage. Obviously, Mother Green is the capital of Marl Kingdom after all. There's no city as lively anywhere in the country. It sure has changed a lot since I last snuck out. The Rosen Queen Company has developed the area a bit. Yeah? I think we could probably meet a lot of people here. Maybe my prince is somewhere in this crowd. Heh, as if. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? I was not expecting that. Satisfaction. Your Highness, have you completed your assignment? I'm not worried about Lady Aria, but you, Princess. Sleeping in class, not doing homework, serious on tests. Being like PE and music. I'll have to tell your mother if this continues. But if you finish our spring break assignment, I'll give you a present. Men are not permitted to join the Captain Sonia fan club. Any members that get married will be stripped of their membership. Want to join the fan club? Alrighty then. Wait just a moment. Beep, beep, ring, ring, beep, 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 beep. There, you're one of us. What the fuck? Something smells great. Maybe it's a restaurant. It's very famous. I heard it makes the king's favorite. Father's favorite? Wow, I didn't know that. Well, he only eats Queen Cornette's home cooking now. Let's drop in. As you wish. Huh. Oh, the smell's coming from that dish? Your Highness, you can't just waltz in like that. Hey, what's the hold up? If you don't hurry, the dish will get cold. Ha, it looks great. Bruh, what are you doing? This isn't the castle. Nice. It's so yummy. We're gonna get caught. You want any, Randy? What do you think you're doing, kid? Huh? Eating, obviously. You want some, mister? It's really tasty. Oh, tasty, huh? Ha ha ha. Well, that's just great. Not! You little brat. Did we give you permission to eat our dish? Want just desserts next? Hey, hey, please calm down. You stay out of this. Why are you so mad? I said it was really tasty, didn't I? Listen up, Miss Senseless. You know what we call a girl that other people's stuff without asking? A thief! Get that through your skull. Hey, hold on. What do you just call her? Stop right there. Lady Kriya. Who? Will repay any losses the store suffered with my card. What the fuck? This is a gold card from the Rosen Queen Company. So you're... Indeed, I am Etoile, Rosen Queen's daughter. Creator. Creature? Creator. Pardon my rudeness. Kriya... Hehe, are you okay, Kururu? Yeah, thanks. Miss, yes. The payment itself isn't a problem, but your friend ate our last required ingredient. We don't exactly have anyone free to replace it either. Is that so? What's the predicament? In that case, we'll take care of that for you. We'll leave Randy in your hands until we return. Consider him collateral. Will that do, chef? Of course, no problem at all. Lady Kriya, how about you? How could you be so cruel? We have to help out Kururu, don't we? Just sit tight. Please go to Natalie River and bring a Bobo back. It's in the Wonder Woods. I understand. Bobo from the Natalie River. Let's go, Kururu. Kreia has joined the party. Kreia does not have anything equipped. Phew, you really saved me there, Kreia. I'm glad I was able to be of service. Why were they so mad at me? And why were they bowing to you instead of me? I'm the princess. Heh, we aren't within castle grounds, Kururu. I think you should study up on something called common sense, and definitely do so before you find your prince. Huh? It comes to me as soon as I heard you snuck out when I arrived. You did that hopes of finding that prince you're always talking about. Yeah, you're right. He'll be kind, smart, strong, and cool. And he'll be tall and well proportioned. Oh, my prince. Kururu, snap out of it. Huh? We need to look for that fish at the Natalie River. You'll find your prince someday for sure, Kururu. Yeah. Do-do-dun, do-do-do-do-dun, do-do-do-do-dun. Go up here, then left, it said. We're in Kraya's house now, apparently. No. Thank you for the luck there, B. Appreciate it, fam. Yes. I'm so glad. I was really bored, you know. Do something fun for me. Play the horn. Okay. Play the horn. Thank you. You understand how we feel even though you're not a puppet, huh? Here, take my savings. Say 56 Antonium. Please visit me again. Okay, so we need to do this every act for 9 acts apparently to get a trophy. Holy shit. Okay. So we need to come back here every time, apparently. Every act. The Natalie River is pretty far from here, isn't it? Ah, so much for spring break. What a mess. Heh, you reap what you sow. Sorry. Speaking of spring break, didn't we have homework? Yeah, but I haven't done any of it. I figured as much. Why don't we fill out a set of notes together? Observation notes, right? I forgot what those are. We observe any living beings encountered and take notes. An excellent project, no? Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Let's do it. Heh, that settles things then. Acquired observation notes. We'll record all monsters fought in our notes. Okay, do you get that? Sure did. Let's go to Natalie River and find that Bobo. Okay, so for this as well, these notes, apparently it's every enemy in the game, and we have to record every enemy in the game. So I need to make sure to never miss one. So let's square real quick. Observation notes. Oh my fucking god. So there's 116 enemies, but it doesn't say like the areas or anything. Let me see if I can find some details on this trophy. Characters, puppets, and enemies. Oh, okay. So we got all of these. Okay, so no one has a recording of Far Out. Okay. Oh, this game's actually going to be a bit of a grind, guys. Not going to lie. I didn't look too much because I don't want to spoil anything. But this is looking a bit brutal. Nice.
Thanks, everyone!
Oh, shit, that was a lot.
That was kinda close, huh?
Nice.
Potatoes. Boil
Well,
them,
mash them,
them,
stick them in a
stew.
stew. Hey, Super, how's it going, fam?
Coodadoo wins!
Hope you're doing well today, fam.
Come on out, puppet friends!
Oh, wow.
Woohoo! Let's go!
Oh, she's knocked out now.
Secret technique!
Hope you're doing well today, see you, Super.
Slash! I'm still on my journey to mastering the sword.
Nice.
That was kinda close, huh?
Hmm. Oh, hang on.
You're up! It's time to scramble! Iringa!
Nice.
Oh, let's go! We're invincible!
Level 4. Nice. Another one. Oh, it's joined the party. Nice. The puppet. Found a double slap. What the hell is a double slap? What's the double slap do? Makes double attacks possible. Ooh, I feel like double slap's important for old mate, not her. Hey, I'm back. How's it going? Not too bad, Didge. We've just sort of started. The game is very unique. That's a good way to put it, I think, so far. Good unique? Yeah, I think so.
Scramble! Go!
Give you a shout out too, fam.
I beg your pardon? What a relief.
Nice. I can't believe you knew it was a JRPG and didn't think it would be grindy. Well, such optimism. I didn't know it was a JRPG. The platinum's grindy. The game itself isn't very grindy.
Go get him, everyone! Woohoo! Let's go! Hey!
Damn, pulled a gun.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
It's so quirky. You must like it then, Cheska. I'm all good, just getting ready to take a visit to my hometown tomorrow for the weekend. Cheeky? Is it? So not get spoiled. I don't research any of my games that I get redeemed generally, unless I do know about it beforehand. Music notes? Yeah, apparently you use the power of music to recruit people in this game.
Go get him, everyone!
Do I like it? No, lol. I'm such a Grinch. I'm the biggest Grinch of the Grinch. You are being a Grinch. It's fine.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Nice. I didn't heal then, even though I leveled up. They're super cute things. My face just squirms. That's why it took me a year fighting with my then ex to watch Spy X Family. What? You like anime though? I like anime, not cute things. What? Cute things hurt. They make me warm inside and fuzzy, and it's gross. That sounds like copium for real. I don't even find Spy X Family cute, so... I think I've got everything in this area. But it's good to know you do. $21. The mofo was crying at some episodes, and I was just like, I hate this. He was a loser anyway. What, because he cried at anime? It's a bit rough. God damn. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Do I need to collect all of them as well? Oh, shite. A big poo-poo head. Oh, yes. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. Alinga, a jelly, fox, an otium lizard, and a toad. Yes. Slow is cute, but it felt very out of genre as I typically watch, and he's crying when I don't think it was deep was cringe. Some anime just touches people's souls in a different way. There would have been something in the anime that touched him, probably. It happens, you know. This is Orange, the birthplace of Queen Cornet. Along with our fresh oranges, she's the pride of the village. Okay. I can't buy anything because of the nagging woman in my life. How pitiful can I get? What the fuck? My stupid husband says he's grabbing just one thing, but he'll blow 10,000 on OTing. I'm cutting his allowance to 0 for now. Okay, bro. That idiot son of mine has always been too wasteful with the way he spends. Is there no remedy? La la la, walkity walk walk, the fun. Ha! Ha! A cat. That little wild-child Cornet ended up becoming queen. You never know how life will turn out. Cornet was famous for a wild personality, you know. Heh, maybe I take after my mother. My grandpa used to be a famous martial artist. It looks like my good-for-nothing husband is off at the bar again. You spoil him too much. You should really let him know that's not acceptable. You have to keep him in line, you know. You're right. I'll tell him what's what when he gets home. Queen Cornet's grandfather lives in this village. Pay a visit to the puppet house just up ahead if you want to meet him. What is the plot of this game? I'm very intrigued. We're on an adventure to find our husband that we don't know. Yeah. That's, yeah. That's the plot, currently. And we're a princess. It's kind of like, it's got gag anime type stuff in it, which is interesting, and there's a lot of jokes. Seems very, like, out of, like, for its age, is very interesting. Those two are newlyweds. The bread they sell just as warm as their love. Okay. Welcome, are you looking for some freshly baked bread? No, I'm not. My husband, Alfred, really loves dogs. He told me that Koro, the dog he cared for as a child, was eaten by a Bobo. He thinks about Koro even to this very day. He's so depressed, it's very painful for me. Okay. The Majoli family's been behaving, but thanks to that, everything's nice and peaceful. Ooh, dragon. Crackle, crackle. Lady owns this store, found that monster when it was injured and took it in. She said that not all monsters are bad. I guess there's like a huge reference to the original game. What are you looking for? Nothing, actually. Whoa. How about a glass? About a glass? No way. Good for you. That's right. It's not for kids. Hang on. Let me... Let's go to this house first, and then we'll figure out what we need. Princess has to be really ladylike. She's probably super pretty too. Of course. I guess that means you're not the princess, huh? What did you say? What did you say? Oh shit. 1 and 1, 2. Don't get in my way. I'm gonna beat the world record. Wow, what a weird outfit. Oh, I know. You're the big baddie, Pumpkin Pants. No, no, I'm not. Here's the old man here. Grandpa Mustaki. Oh, it's Kururu. I'm glad you dropped by. It's just like Cornet said. You snuck out to visit. Yeah, my mother said to ask you about puppets, Grandpa. I see, I see. What do you want to know? Puppet affinity. There's a mysterious affinity between people and puppets. Just like a people, if you don't like each other, you won't get along. For example, you despise toads, don't you, Kururu? You won't be able to get along with some puppets. If you want to borrow a puppet's power, you'll have to find a compatible one. Okay. Puppet equipment. I'm sure puppets will help you from now on, but you'll have to assign them to your friends before asking for help. Be sure to pick a good puppet for your partner. I'm sure they'll be very helpful on your journey. I also need to go on a husband hunt adventure. Imagine just setting out one day, I'm gonna go get married, fam. Killing some people and just some monsters and finding true love. Oh, it's our wild Kururu. Staring contest, let's go. Staring contest! Ha ha ha! Phew, looks like I lost. I can't bring myself to abandon my dignity. Here's a present. Acquired a Medi candy. I'm sure you'll be a great comedian, Kururu. Do your best. 2 hours on Hinge rejecting people. Rejecting people? Oh, that's not really a hunt now, is it? That's decimation. Okay, so I can't talk to everyone. Used his room a long time ago. You're right, it smells just like mother. He should just get married if he's lonely, right? Okay. Let's go back into the bar real quick. Oh no, the shop, and then we'll go to the bar. Just so I understand, you're reuniting, I suppose. Man, a drink in the middle of the day sure hits the spot. Dun 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 dun. Stronger than the divine, keeping demons in line. Don't get in my way, please. Trumpet noises. Loud noises! The best booze is the kind you drink when you're slacking off. Your Highness, what are you doing here? I think that's my question. What are you doing in a bar while you're on the job? How about we just both pretend we didn't see each other here? Fair enough. Hey, hit me with another glass. My Major's still standing after drinking all that orange juice. The orange juice. Long ago, Queen Corneille's mother, Sherry, was a sister at this warrior church. It was admirable of her to watch over her child as puppet after her death. Grandma Cherry, huh? I would have liked to meet her. Don't you feel sleepy when the weather is so nice? Yeah, I really do. It does feel quite nice. Goddess prayed on me. Man, okay. These guys are just yapping. Okay. What? There's so many white guys, and no offense, but I want a black baddie. She says we're having 4 planned dates with white guys. I thought you meant in this game, and I'm like... That's a good point. I haven't thought about that. I... Hang on. Okay, bro. Kuru and Medicare puppet. After you're done exploring the village, return to Wonderwood and go to the left to your cutscene. Off cutscene, go left until you reach a crossroad with a wooden sign. Go to another east river direction. I have a meeting now. Enjoy your meeting, fam. Have fun. Kuru escaped. I did some extra battles, so we don't really need to do all of them.
Take this! It all comes down to taking the initiative!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Wow.
It's so pretty! This is the first time you visited the Wonder Woods, isn't it? Yeah. I had no idea the outside world was so beautiful. That it could be like this.
There's gonna be another dance scene here.
So this is the Wonder Woods. This is where Father and Mother first met.
Anyway, there seems to be a bit of a musical score every time with that Didge. The jokes are not really lining up with like what they're showing there. Unique comes in. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the music. The battling system's interesting. The characters and the animation are very impressive for the PS1 and N64 era, to be honest, as well. Oh. What the fuck? This is actually a port? I'm pretty sure this is not a remaster. It's a port, yeah. Pretty sure it's just a straight up port. The game is pretty much identical, but I'm pretty sure the voice acting is new. Let me have a look real quick. That's way more impressive. Because this game didn't release in the West. That's why most people don't know about it. Well, that's a worry, because the game's saying it's unavailable after I bought it. That is a very much worry. Yeah, it's just a port. And they've just added voice acting to it by the looks of it. It doesn't say it's a remaster at all. But yeah. Well, it's saying the voice acting might have been a thing, actually. Damn. So actually the music and the voice acting are actually probably... sounds like they might be original as well. But yeah. We didn't get it, so it didn't release in the West. Alphabetically backwards? Yes. Because when you look down on the alphabet, you know, it'll be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. So when you look down. But yeah, the first one will be this one. The 1111 Memories Retold. That'll be the first game. Zone of Enders. Yakuza Like a Dragon. Oh, sorry. 13. Yakuza Like a Dragon. The first few games installed. I'll actually probably delete everything else off my console. And start it. Wicked. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be too long. This game doesn't seem too bad, but everything's missable in this game. The first one, apparently. So this one's missable. There's 2 games in this collection, so there's 2 and 3. The first game hasn't actually gotten a proper port yet. You just can only buy the Japanese version of the game. So the second game, which I'm playing right now, has everything's missable in the game apparently, and then the third game there's no missables at all. So if I can get through the second game and get everything done, then we're smooth sailing for the third one. But they should only take 15 hours each. I'm about to finish Act 1, I believe, though, and we're only like an hour and a half in. So I think it's looking good. I think we're gonna be. I think. It'll depend because I've got my work's really busy. My work's going to be really busy this week, and my family is starting to annoy me about doing something on the weekend, which I wasn't wanting to do anything on the weekend this week. But yes. Anyway, brain fade. I got distracted for a second there. But yeah, we should actually probably finish this game by the weekend, I think. It'll depend. I'll try to do majority of this on stream, since it's not too long. Oh, hang on. Till you reach Crossroad, wind, go down to Natalie River direction. Go to the right to reach a chest containing tractor. Oh yeah, protector. Hey Pembo, how's it going, fam? Feel life flow into you. HP recovered. Interesting. Oh, shit. Oh, I just fucked up. Oh, That's big fuck up. I got full-time job at the new job. That's good, fam. I'm well fucked. Just tired then, fam. Oh, I just fucked up big time. You okay? What happened? I just missed something on the guide. It said at the end, don't go past something. I was like, after saying everything, yeah, pretty much. Fair enough, fam. Go left, you see 520 inside, then go up the bridge, go left until you see a chest containing poor glove accessory. Shit. I might have to restart this. This is Natalie's River, right? Where's the fish? You need to bait the catch fish canoe. Bait? We don't have any bait. Haha, don't worry about it. Look, near the bridge. Huh, is that bait? Look at that, we've got a bite. What the fuck is this? Do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do.
Woohoo! Let's go!
What happened? No, I just missed something. That's okay.
It's time to scramble!
I got it in the end.
I choose you! Scramble, go!
Nice.
We're invincible!
Level up, level 5. Child Villagem is now level 5 too, and learns Charm. Level up, Kreia is now level 4, Fairy is now level 4 too. Nice. Caught a Bobo. When we deliver this to the chef, he'll return Randy. You're the only person alive who dream of using the princess as fish bait. Oh, and don't be so hung up on that. I couldn't escape? Really?
Eddie! Take this! Eddie, go! Huh?
The gun is so fucking random
That
and
was kinda close, huh?
so big for no reason whatsoever.
Take that!
Oh my god. So I freaked out over nothing because you still get this shit. Go left. TC chest. I have to pause every time because it's obviously like a random amount of time before they attack me. Like that. Nice.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Yeah. Another healing candy. Poor gloves. Kururu. Oh, nice. They just increased damage by a little bit. Fair enough.
It all comes down to take. We're invincible.
What? To the Wonder entrance. What Wonder entrance, though? I mean, I don't mind the grinding, but like, it's hard to get fucking lost in this game. Well, it's very easy to get lost in this game, I should say. Hey, Rocky. How you doing, fam?
I beg your pardon.
Is this the second game? It is.
Taking the initiative.
It is the second game, yes. Did I just go this way? I did.
That was kind of close.
Did you save the VOD? What for?
I beg your pardon.
Am I rewatching for this one? This one will be saved, yeah. Yep. I need to start getting. I'll start getting better at that. I'll probably start uploading them on YouTube so it's easy for people to watch them. Remind me. What? Footsteps, perhaps. The game is very interesting so far. I like the gameplay so far too. I wasn't expecting the animation. Did it have voice acting when you first played it as well, Rocky? But the game definitely threw me off, especially like with its like instrumental parts. I was like, what the fuck's even going on? Nope, it didn't. Well, there you go. It's got voice acting in this one. So it's still got the original music. So it's still got like the original from the original music of the game. And then they've just added the English voice acting in. But they only added in some parts. It's very weird. Footsteps. It's not an earthquake. Now, what I think about, I've heard dragons may show up here. Dragons? That's the kind of thing you tell me earlier. It's here? Okay.
Scramble, go!
Oh, okay.
Beg your pardon? Take this!
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Secret technique! Shadowless slash! I'm still on my journey to mastering the sword. Hey!
What is this? I'm guessing maybe I'm not supposed to be able to defeat it, I reckon. Ah, there you go. Ah, there's no use, it won't budge. Bruh. Oh, could this be... Is this the same kind of destined meeting mother and father had? If that's the case, then this guy would be... My prince... Sherry? No, they look like, but she's not Sherry. Stay away from these woods. Huh? I said stay away from the woods, pumpkin pants. Nice. Pumpkin pants. It's not funny. It's dangerous here, kids should keep their distance. Who are you to order me around? You are a kid too. What's his deal? To think I thought he could be my prince. I've never been so wrong in my life. So, that's the princess of Marl Kingdom, is it? Ha ha ha, I can definitely make use of her. Her ultimate skill make other people do the work. Why is this guy flexing so much for? I can't seem to get these pros right. Maybe I should show off the biceps more. Hey, dead buddy. How you doing, fam? Hey, Fon. Lady Akuro's making other people do the work again. Oh no, is she gonna work us to the bone again? At her age, it's too much for pain to do it herself. Wow, I didn't know that. You sure are smart, Nyan. Yeah, Lan said something nice about Meow. Shut up, that girl will definitely prove useful. Grr, seriously. Ah, he's so irritating. Now, Kururu. We should return to Mother's Green for Randy. Alright.
Here I go!
How you doing today, family?
Say no to violence! Iringa! Huh? Iringa!
Shit, forgot how much fun Doctor Who was. The TV show. Are you watching the new stuff or the old stuff? Randy! They sure are late. Maybe I should just cook this guy instead. Hold on a minute. I taste awful, I swear. Here, we got your fish. What took you so long? I was about to get steamed. Oh my, what a shame. This here's a top-notch fish. Good work, kiddo. Don't take other people's stuff anymore, got it? Yeah, sorry, mister. It's fine, just don't forget your wallet next time. You can eat whatever you want. That clear, Miss Senseless? Got it. Yeah, TV and the kind of old stuff. So like the early 2000s. I thought I was going to die because of you, princess. Hey, I said I was sorry, didn't I? Old man Geo and Sonia. We've been looking for you, princess. Today's the day. Hey, guess what, old man Geo? I went to the Wonder Woods for the first time today. It was super fun. Oh, the scenery there is most beautiful, so I'm sure you... Father! In any case, she must return to the castle. You as well, Candy. I'll be having a word with you. Huh? With me? Really? Lucky me. Okay, bro. Why are you smirking? Get to walking. Got it. That's sus. Take care, Kududu. Let's play again today, okay? Boom. So, her first adventure. I just saw in the guide too, it's a good idea for me to make multiple saves. And there's a trophy there too. So I think that's a good idea. So I think we'll make multiple. I think, how many slots are there? So I think there's 10 chapters per game. And there's 25. Okay. So the start of every chapter, I'll make a new save, I reckon. In case we need to come back for something. Cool. Let's scream for ice cream. Alright, do you know what this word means, Your Highness? Pull together, Your Highness. We just went over this. You play around too much. This should be easy for you. Are we clear? You're the princess of this country. Please remember that. You're so strict, Sonia. Of course I am. Look at me, captain of the Royal Sanctuary Knights, turned tutor. If this weren't personal request from Queen Cornette, I'd have long since quit. Hey, Sonia, I'm kind of tired. Yes, I'm rather tired myself. Let's take a short break. Oh, we're definitely going to sneak out. Wow, these types of games are such nostalgia. Yeah, it's from the PS1 era, this one. Don't run off. I won't. Sheesh. Ha ha ha. Ha, just kidding. Forget studying. My next adventure is calling for me. There's no way 1 or 2 failures can knock me down. It's time to take the initiative. I'm sure I'll find my prince one day. Why is his face showing up? Alright, I'm going to grab some water real quick, guys, so I'll let this beautiful music in the background play. While I go grab some, because my throat's killing me.
Where are you?
Thank you for the where are you? How dare I stream or leave? There's been multiple occasions where I've needed to go to the toilet and I've sat there for like 5 hours. So I feel that. I should never leave. I don't deserve to. Where are you off to? Freya! Heh, found you, Kadudu. Don't scare me like that. You're headed out, right? There's a great place, could you tell about? Huh, where? An ice cream shop. Oh, we found that before. Ice cream? That's right, ice cream's a cold, sweet dessert. Sweet? I love sweet stuff. Hehe, I'm well aware. It's a fairly new shop, but it's quickly becoming a very popular spot for couples. Huh? You should do a lot more about stuff like that, Kriya. Sounds pretty interesting. Let's check it out. Kriya has joined the party. Kriya does not have anything equipped currently. I do love me some ice cream! We have Milo ice cream in the fridge in Napolitan. Isn't that why you have pea jugs? Oh, yeah. Sometimes you gotta empty those bad boys there, you know what I'm saying? Like you bought it or you made it? I bought it. Bought the Milo ice cream. Milo ice cream here. It's an Australian thing. Milo ice cream's massive here. Like really, really big. Just make it spicy. It's a little bit different, so I don't know how to explain it, but like I know you can just put Milo on ice cream, but Milo ice cream itself is literally like it's like blended into it, and it's pretty incredible. I'm not gonna lie to you. Her Highness is trying to escape again. Has chunks. You just trying to make Spicy jealous now? Or are you trying to work up the courage to go and get some? Ooh. They're both leveled up. This is not good.
Woohoo! Let's go!
I don't know how to make one. Probs add Marl and milk, then freeze it. Condensed milk, Spicy. As well. Condensed milk.
We're invincible!
The condensed milk's pretty key to making it sweet enough. It's pretty much the only way to really match the sweetness of like company ice cream in my opinion. Try it out one of these days. You should. It works well making your own. You can make like fruit ones. My nan makes a passion fruit ice cream every summer. It's really good. Spruce's milk. Is wanting to try ice cream a valid reason to travel to Oz? I say yes. There you go. Oh shit, it's on.
Here I go!
Super secret skill! Zombie's entomb technique! Super secret skill! Zombie's entomb technique!
What the fuck, dude?
I am Radiant Zobarif, commanding officer of the Royals.
Wow. So you're visiting for the Platts? Kind of thought you need one of those stove-looking things that freezes rather than frying. Nah. Just an old ice cream container. And you just put it in the freezer like that. It's not as hard as you think. How many plats have you done now, Purgy? Lol, how much is left in the list still? So last year we did 50. We did 58 in the end. Last year. And I still have 40 games redeemed, I think. Ah, fuck. Yep. Not including the alphabet challenge. If you include the alphabet challenge, it's 60 games. It got out of hand so quickly and it just hasn't calmed down, which I'm not like upset about, but holy shit, dude. Sometimes I'm starting to get better at figuring out how to do the longer games too. How you doing today, Madden?
Scramble, go!
But overall, I beat like 80 games last year on stream. We're aiming for 70 this year. I'm just aiming to do 55 this year at this point. I'm starting low. Alright, you're going down now, old man.
Here I go!
Woohoo! Let's go!
Hard in the first game too. I didn't read much up on this game. I just looked at 2 guides to choose which one to help with the missables. But both of them said this game is extremely difficult for people. People tend to really struggle with it, is basically what they said.
Here I go!
Woohoo! Let's go!
I mean, fuck me, man. Yeah, quite a bit of missables. Every chapter's missable in the game, so... Hang on. Jesus, dude. This is ridiculous. This guy just won't die.
Go get him, everyone! Say no to violence!
Fuck me, man. How much health does this guy have compared to last time?
Woohoo! Let's go! Say no to violence!
Finally, holy shit.
That was kinda close, huh?
Okay. Fuck, far out, dude. That was brutal. To what we've been dealing with, I think. Yeah. What? Why would I share? Okay. So I think, yeah. So the rarest thing is I have to get every enemy in the game, Rocky, which is obviously missable. Get all of the puppets in the game. There's also another side quest where I need to basically make sure... Okay, yeah, so I need to meet every person in the game. So talk to them at least once. Meet every enemy in the game, every boss in the game, every optional boss. Get all of the puppets. And then there's also hidden side quests. Like I have to talk to a certain puppet every time. For every chapter. Use all the different dual magics. Yeah, the whole game is pretty much apparently missable. If I miss anything, I'll just do it off stream. But it's only the second game, funny enough. So we are playing the game on hard as well, obviously, which isn't helping. But it has to be beaten on hard. Yeah, but the game is this chapter is extremely missable. So I'm just basically going to just save at every start of every chapter since there's 25 slots. I should be fine. I'm just chipper mostly. I've been working on my 3D project. 3D project lately.
Where is it?
Where is it?
I will not ask again, child.
I'm almost finished with that. I've been playing a lot of Expedition 33. I did see that, Divinity OS 2 and Spell Brigade when my friends are around. Sometimes Hades when I feel like it. That's mostly it. Nah, that's good. Sounds like a good time. Get your stuff straight. I just likes it hard. It's still there. Still there at the moment. This platinum is going to be quite difficult though at times, I think. But if we can get through this first game at least, I can play through this and fix everything if I have to, you know. Ah, knights must always be kind. My heart is still soft. Sure it is, bro. Right, I almost forgot to mention, Kadudu. The ice cream shop is in the shopping district in Mother Green. Alright, here we go. Huh, there's no line. I thought it was popular. My, this is strange. Why don't we ask the sales desk inside? Is this the prince that saved us? Welcome, we're closed today. Today isn't the usual day, If. Did something happen? The owner and my co-workers are all missing. Missing? Oh, no, it's not. This store was our dream, and just as it came true. Where did everyone go? Well, don't you just have to go look for them? Do my eyes deceive me? Or is Richard fucking Madden active in the chat? Yes. But I don't know where I'd be able to find them. If you say Madden's name, they will be summoned. They're like Joe Hendry. Waiting around's not going to do you any good, though. Isn't this store your collective dream? You've got to take action. My mother says dreams won't come true if you don't step up and take the initiative. Take initiative? Okay, Kududu. How admirable. Well, help you, okay? Let's go look for them. Okay, thank you. If we find them, can we get all-you-can-eat ice cream? No problem. We'll treat you to something special. That's that, then. But was it really a good idea to offer to help? Shouldn't we? I'm the princess. I can't ignore problems like this. Besides, this could even lead me to my prince, you know. There's something else could I do? How positive. Yep, I'm taking initiative. Alrighty. Back to the Wonderwood we go. Actually, is this the last game? It is. This is the last game. Well, there's 2 games in this collection, but it's the last game because they're joined to make the platinum. That was close. I actually need to talk to this puppet every chapter. You came to visit me again? Great. I was feeling bored. Do something fun for me. Play the horn. I have a suggestion, Purge. What's up, Banana? If you say the Dead Grandmother game, I swear to God, dude. Hope you'll play again for me sometime. Instead of 250k channel point. The scary game. I'm not playing the Dead Grandmother game. No, that's not happening. If you can get 1,000,000 channel points, I'll play it. If you can make it to 1,000,000. Good luck, though. People, are you going to continue on with your long list until you say there? So there is a price? Jesus, dude. You're going to be saving until the end of next year at this rate, though. And then you somehow have to get through this year without redeeming anything. Anyway, we have to talk to that person, and I believe... So we have to talk to that puppet every chapter. Sorry, my brain's not working.
Say no to violence.
And there's another puppet we have to talk to every chapter.
That was kind of close.
So there is a price. Active Lamau. Hello, Banana. Have you been my good friend? I hope you're happening these days. Boom, dun, dun, dun. And then we have to go do a staring contest with this person. This is one of the more missable trophies in the game, I believe. Well, not that one, actually. This one. I think I'll be able to set my feelings aside with this one. Staring contest. Let's go! Staring contest! Ha ha ha! Phew. Guess I lost again, huh? Here's a present. Acquired Grintium 2. The road of comedy is rough. Do your best. Grint? What is that? Is that a puppet? Ooh. There's a trophy for that, wasn't there? Does it use every jewel in the game? Is that what it was? Equip and use each of the 9 ultimate level jewel magics. Oh no, okay. There's only 5 acts in the third game actually, which is strange. I'm guessing it might be a little bit longer, is it? Been doing good. What's up with you these days? Tell me all about your life. Last year, spare no detail. I'll equip your jewels, bro. Okay, dude. Alright. I think we have to go to the same place we were there before. This is a collectible.
Say no to violence!
I need it for my purge plat. Am I gonna get it past the final boss for Koi? You're goddamn right. So I believe it was...
I beg your pardon? Hi-ya! Coodadoo wins!
Ah, it's the boy again. Ah! Thank you so very much for saving us the other day. I told you to stay away. Hey, that's our choice. It's not up to you. I won't save you next time. Unless you're looking for danger. You better scram. Ah! We won't get into any danger. What's wrong, Kriya? I'm not sure why, but he reminds me of your father, Kududu. My father? Cut that out. Father's not. His Majesty is kind, smart, strong, cool, isn't he? Yeah, he's just what a prince should be. But that guy? No way. How suspicious. Okay. I think it was up. So she's gone for dinner with her father, room in the town, and she never brings him so he can use his sneak ability and grab him. Dun, 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 dun.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
All comes down to taking the initiative.
Hi-ya! Say no to violence. That was scary.
Wait, was it down or? Yeah, here it is. It seems that's the new store. There's some enemies in this area, apparently. So, Nancy, a fairy, a jellyfish water, a dinosaur, a mini fire, a jelly bomb, and there's a boss, apparently, for this area. Actually, in chat, man. Never bring him, lol. He's too busy entertaining you lot. No, it doesn't work like that. Is something the matter? No, it just looks really tasty, that's all. Hehe, would you like to buy some? The ice cream here is great. You should try some too. I keep up on trends so I don't get left behind. Get vanilla if you want to. Enjoy the original flavor. The ice cream here tastes very similar to the shop in Mother Green. What we'll do is we'll save here as well. If you're looking for tasty ice cream, then you come to the right place. Welcome. What'll it be, meow? Buying some ice cream, meow? Yes. Ah, it's cold and so yummy. Here, want a bite, Kriya? Thank you, Kuru, but I'm fine. I have a bad feeling about it. I'll try some tomorrow if nothing happens to you. Am I your poison tester?
Where is it?
Let me know if you get an upset stomach.
Ask again, child.
I will not ask again, child. What the fuck? Did you see that? I did. We did that ice cream shop employee in Mother Green. Still here, still here. I wonder what they're up to. Something's fishy. Want to tail them? Hehe. Oh, how exciting. While I lay in bushes waiting for boss to leave the area. The vanilla flavor is so good. It's so cold and tasty. The chocolate flavor is slightly bitter. It's definitely an adult taste. Chocolate? It's so cold and tasty. The stuff was so dang good, I had 5 orders. Ended up blowing all my Antonium on it. I'm gonna get a real lecture. Your Highness? I found you. Let's head back to the castle now. If you did that, I'm sure everyone would know you skipped work to come here. I didn't see anything. That was evil, Krayo. Ha ha ha. I'm so bored, Meow. What the fuck? Hey, buddy! This place is off limits, Meow. That's what Berg told me to say.
Secret technique! Shadowless Slash!
Being managed by Sean Dash and that. Managed by Sean Dash.
To mastering the sword. Hey, no! Hey, no!
Interesting.
You're up! Hey, no! Hey,
Damn it. That's not what I wanted to happen.
Here I go! It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Let's see how strong these guys are, hey?
Scram!
Oh, they're pretty strong.
Go!
Jesus, dude.
Say no to violence!
Nice.
That was a close one.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I work at the ice cream shop in Mother Green. Okay. These cats abducted me and made me tell them how to make ice cream, but I'm not alone. My co-workers got kidnapped too. Can you help us? When did you say the next 24 hour is? Probably when I'm like a little bit recovered, but probably in March, I would say. Maybe late February. Why is that, Fem?
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
One meeting done. Let's go. Hang on, actually. In the dungeon, ignore the second door for now. Okay. Speak to the answer, enter a battle and clear the door, enter the room to find a chest. Hey, buddy. Special attack. Strawberry shortcake.
Here I go.
Holy shit, 100 damage?
Invincible.
What the fuck? Well, a lot has been on since lately. Free projects. Fun. About making Purge Platinum one of those, lol. But I think you might be based on the long list. I've just been informed about lol, so I want to make sure you get the work yesterday from weeks long vacation. I'm trying to remember how to adulting. Dun, 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 dun. You can still redeem it though. You might as well just. I'll probably push yours forward, Madden, anyway.
Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up, and now you're gone.
Doesn't worry me.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty.
Hey buddy, the boss here is some huge cat named Berg. He's been working out ice cream recipe and making it in big batches in the back. Found a protector. Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, they got a lot of health. Healing
Beg
candy.
your pardon?
Okay, she didn't like that apparently.
Say!
The gun is seriously just so fucking ridiculous, dude. Do. This place is off limits, meow. That's what Berg told me to say. Do.
Go get him, everyone!
Destroy them! Cast them into the fire! Why'd you want to know about the 24-hour, by the way, fam? Looks like tier 3 sub is back on the menu, boys. You'll never get it.
There, meow!
Nice. Do. The owner of our place is in the back of the factory. Damn it, why did this have to happen to us? Yeah, no worries. You still have mountains to go through, so I'd rather you try to get those done before I add more to the pile. Lol, I'm worried I might contribute to your slowly decaying mental health while I do. Nah. I really am making better progress at the moment. I finished 20 games in the past 2 months. So if you want to throw it in, as I said, I'll prioritize yours. I'm prioritizing people that don't have as much redeems, or I've only had like 1 or 2 of their first ones at the moment, because people on like their 5th and 6th redeems at this point. I'll still catch everybody up. It's because I took 3 months off as well last year. If it's the last fucking thing I do on this green earth, I need you playing Grandma Game Purge. I'll make it 2 million then. Unlucky. Live room. Yeah. Guess you'll never get rid of me. Well, you've been here since the start anyway. Don't think I ever will. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Let's hear at 50 trying to get the points. I'll still be here at 50 to be fair.
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
I beg your pardon.
What a relief.
Oh yeah. I heard the cats mention their boss Berg is working for someone really scary. Her name is Nyan Nyan? 2300 in opium. Nice. What the? Oh shit. Die!
That was scary.
Nice. We just healed ourselves again. Nice. Now we save. That's level 8 now. Sorry guys, I'm just making sure. There's like the missable stuff in this game is insane. There's so many fucking items that I have to get just in case. It's ridiculous. Oh.
Say no to violence! Go!
Nice.
That was a close one.
Oh, yeah. Go left. This place off limits meow. That's what Berg told me to say.
Take this!
Oh, I didn't do 20 damage. I did a visit to Museum of Nature and Zoo during my weeks off work. Also, a heck ton of D&D sessions with some friends today. Those were fun time. Damn, I miss not having to wake up early for work already. I mean, the museum sounds good, though. I wanted to go to the museum last year, but we ran out of time. I love the museum, but yeah, I haven't gone in years.
That was kind of close, huh?
There was one time, actually, like, I used to always miss... I missed, like, all of my, year school camps and stuff, like, at school. And we did one every year from, like, year prep to 12. I missed, like, 3 in primary school. Prep is, like, before year 1 in Australia. And in high school, I missed every single one of them. I didn't go to a single one from year 7 to 12. But there was one year they were going to the museum, and I was like, fuck yeah, I gotta go. I think it was year 10. I'm pretty sure at the time I was playing Final Fantasy 15 and I stayed up to like 6 a.m. playing it. Slept through my alarm and then watched and ran to school because I used to walk to school. Ran to where my school was and saw the bus leaving as I walked up to it and was like, well, and turned around, went back home and played Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, I did, because I worked through the entire camp as well. That's good shit. That sounds chill as fuck. I can't wait until my lottery ticket wins me 100 million euros and be set for life. To not go to work no more, manifesting for banana. Goddamn right. Looks like these cats want to take the Inodium. That's why they kidnapped us to run the ice cream shop. The Holy Stone. I'm going to go ahead and guess that's for the puppets. No. Oh. We good? I'll give Purge 1 million to stream Grandma Serious all games. It's never happening. It's never happening. Maybe it's for us then, is it? All enemies incur holy damage. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Is Expedition on the PS5, by the way, Purge? Because if you're really okay with me adding to the pile, redeem on that floor. Yeah, you can redeem it. if you'd like, Mad. It is on the PS5. I was looking at it the other day to buy it, actually. Let me know if you want a chill, fun, crazy game, man. I got you. Oh, don't do it to yourself. It's a trap!
I beg your pardon? There, meow!
But yeah, sounds good, man, if you want to redeem it. I'll push it to the front of the queue as well, as I said. I'll probably do Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and then Expedition 33 back to back, if you'd like. And I'll, if you want, because I know you're busy, I'll upload it to YouTube for you if you'd like.
Hey! There, meow! We're invincible!
We're invincible. We all pulled our savings and finally managed to open a place in Motherground. Even though we achieved our dream. Oofed. This place is off limits, meow. That's what Berg told me to say.
I beg your pardon? There, meow!
Well, they're hitting all of them this time.
I beg your pardon?
But keeps chasing me saying he's never going to play it. Sad. Because I'm never going to play it. But
Kinda close, huh?
it's never going to happen. Nice. The store was open to fund Nyan Nyan's research. He's Akurio's underling. They went to find out more about eternal youth. Found the falcon shoes. The falcon shoes, hey? Increases agility by 5. Actually, I don't mind how it is. We don't need to worry about agility too much. Oh, let me save real quick too.
This is the last one, meow.
Good job! We'll have monopoly on ice cream now. Lady Nyan Nyan will definitely brace us. Lady Nyan Nyan's the best! All right, it's time to get ready. No, time to cook.
Let him cook! Oh, they're gonna do a song again.
さあ行くでバグよソードクリーム作りましょう心込めてランランランお客様がお待ちかねだ急いで作ろうバグ絞りたての牛乳と卵の黄身砂糖生クリームバニラエッセンス準備完了オッケーさあ出番だ秘密
I missed a enemy. Sorry, that was so anticlimactic just there, guys. He was getting right into it. That is why we save. So, we need Nyancy's. To these dudes here. We need a fairy. The cutscene? Nah. I was enjoying the cutscene, but I just realized I reckon I missed an enemy. We got a fairy here, the holy. There's a jellyfish, water. These are sadly not in alphabetical, as you can see. Yeah, so this is water. Unlimited time. Thank you so much for the 150k there, Madden. Cheeky. And you choose Expedition 33, I'm guessing. So jellyfish water. The big one I reckon I missed. I reckon I missed the dinosaur. Yeah, that's it. I'm indeed. Grandma Game Madden. Alright, sweet. Expedition 33. Damn. I need to make screenshots of these, actually. I'll have to do that later. So, Dinosaur Earth we don't have either. Yeah, okay. Oh, it might be this thing. You guys are talking about? It's a game Banana found. It's just a shitty game. It's a shitty game. And it's freaking... Did just said it's the worst experience he's ever had with a game. Like, it's that bad. Like, so it's one of the worst things he's ever done. But it's called I'm in Love with Your Dead Grandmother. And it's just these bunch of fucking... I don't even know. It's these British people. Like, this is the game. It deserves an Oscar. You're smoking crack. And it's just... Self-made is well-made. No. This is atrocious. Did this chick actually shave her head for this? She shaved her head for this? Dude, that's commitment. What I'm even looking at. It's just these absolutely atrociously made games by, like, it's a group of 6 people. I looked it up properly. They've made way too much fucking money off these games as well, which is the worst part in my opinion. There's like deluxe editions of the games and stuff, and there's PSN I've got no clue how they've gotten all this backing. It's honestly ridiculous. And it's just these guys, and they've just like made this in their home. Just like literally they've crumpled up some paper, slapped him on the front. But Didge literally said it's the worst thing he's ever played. just to put it in perspective. But the biggest one is the newest one, because it's a battle royale. And this is actually kind of popular for some stupid ass reason. But they've made so much money. Like, I looked into it, and they've made well and truly like over 200 to 300K from this, from these 3 shitty games. 99% sure. Didge literally said to me, "Don't do it, no matter what, please." He literally begged me not to do it. He said he would do anything to let me not play the game. I'm not playing it. It looks terrible. It'll scar my account. British humor. Eh? I love British humor. That's not British humor. Dinosaur Earth. So I wonder if they named something else in the Japanese version of this game. Is what I was going to check. Which I got a funny feeling they are. So it says dinosaur. So I actually might have gotten the dinosaur. Sorry, guys. $2 million. Get to $1 million and I'll consider it. Dinosaur 58. Well, what did we fight then? Get to $1 million and I'll consider it. Oh, this is a mini fire. Shit. So we haven't seen a dinosaur yet. Right, this might take a while then. No, 1 to 2 million. If you get to 1 million, I'll make that the objective for the memes.
Say no to violence! Hey, now! Hey! That was kind of close, huh?
Yeah, so mini fire and water. Actually, no, I'm currently 750k short. If you do it like that, I will be not accepting it. You gotta do it legit. Jelly bomb fire.
I'll do anything for Kurudu.
Nyan Nyan? Yeah. That's the main villain in this game, I think. Nyan Cat?
Say no to violence.
Maybe Kitty Cat?
Kurudu wins.
Maybe. In translation?
That was kind of close, huh? What a relief.
This dinosaur doesn't want to spawn, I tell ya.
Here I go! That was kind of close, huh? It all comes down to taking the initiative.
I can't find it. By the words, have you gotten around to look at the Bannerlord for when you play the challenge? To an extent, Banana. I do want to go into it pretty blind, so I looked up some gameplay of it, and that's about it so far. Which is a stupid thing to do, to be honest, but
Kurudu wins.
that's how we roll around here.
Take this. We're invincible.
The dinosaur does not appear in other acts either. It doesn't appear in the next two acts. I just had a quick skim. Fucking hell, dude. I'll be here to watch most of it, hopefully anyways. You got some questions during? Yeah, there'll be a few, for sure. It'll be interesting.
We're invincible.
I'm gonna get through some Gotta get through my other brutal game as well.
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? I'll do anything for Kurudu. It all comes down to taking the initiative.
God, there's no information on this game at all online. So I can't even find anything on it.
Say! That was kinda close, huh? Ah! Attack now! Yeah! It all comes down to taking the initiative. Ah! Hey!
There's no even like evidence, like there's no photo evidence on online at all. Oh, we got it! Holy shit, dude! What is this? Was that 10 minutes? Dude, this game is gonna be this is gonna be fucked.
Hey! I beg your pardon?
Far out, dude.
What a relief.
4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Just redeemed at a dance party.
Thank you for the auto dance party there, Cheska. I love that Fall Guys. What did you say? The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits. Thank God we got that, dude. That's actually crazy, dude.
Close, huh?
I'm in the second act and I like struggled to get that. Oh my God, man. Some of the RNG they used to do in these games back in the day were insane.
This is the last one, Meow.
Good job! We'll have monopoly on ice cream now. Lady Nyan Nyan will definitely praise us. Lady Nyan Nyan's the best! All right, it's time to get ready. Now, time to cook!
자, 이크네 바그요. 소도 크림을 스크림 마셔. 코코로 코메데 랄랄라. 오客様がお待ちかねだ。急いで作ろうバグ。絞りたての牛乳と卵の黄身砂糖生クリームバニラエッセンス準備完了オッケーさあ出番だ秘密兵器パワー全開バグ子猫ちゃんに材料を注入しっかり冷やしてみんなに夢をこのソフトクリームで仕上げに盛り付け
Hang on, are they gonna shit the ice cream out? And she ate it? What the fuck is going on?
おいしいでバグよ
Oh, Cake Island arc of One Piece was not as good as this.
Ah, good thing I didn't let a single bite pass my lips.
This sucks! Why do I have to be the one that ate cat?
Oh my. Girls shouldn't say words like...
That's saying shit, I'm guessing, in Japanese.
Huh? What the? Where'd you sneak in from? I get it. You're spies!
Spice meow! Spice meow!
You'll get what's coming to you!
Punishment meow! Punishment meow!
After that, I'll turn you into ice cream toppings!
Yay! Toppings meow! Toppings meow!
Alrighty. Let's fuck this motherfucker up!
Hey! Hey, meow!
Shocky ice on the... I know, right? Not gonna lie, I'm actually... This game's good. I don't mind it. It's a bit of a change of pace. It's not what I was expecting. So far, anyway.
Close, huh?
Not bad. But you'll have to die now that you've learned our secret. Shut up! You made me eat something like that? I'll never forgive you. That's right, we must silence him. Come on, get ready. Destroy him!
Say no to violence!
I'll grind you into hamburger!
Everyone, lend me your power! Go get him, everyone! It's time to scramble!
My, look who it is. The sexy quantum has entered the chat. I'll take Nerd Purge, likes kawaii games. Well, I've never played a game like this before, to be honest. It's an interesting take on JRPGs, though. That's for sure.
choose you.
I choose you.
Here I go!
Doing good in general. Slept on icy stairs this morning. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Oh, we got him.
We're invincible.
This morning's home from work, but good in general. Oh, nice. You got out of your work because of that? Hell yeah, dude. Doing good. Doing... I'm talking to someone feels like hitting a brick wall, but oh well. You lose some. Oh, you know, want those taught a lesson. Fuck them up for Quantum, please. Destroy them! We'll do one beat the shit out of the stairs coming up. They got me. This won't happen again. Ugh. Ah, that made me feel better. Are we okay, Kriya? Can you keep this a secret between the two of us? But of course. I mean it. Don't tell. Just secret between you and me. How romantic. How? Thank you for saving us. Really. You taught us something very important about our dreams. Initiative. I'll remember that. Yep. Good luck with your store. We'll treat you to that special ice cream we promised if we come again. So they say. Shall we visit Kurudu? I don't really want to see ice cream ever again. Don't lose heart, Kurudu. It might not have gone well this time, but your prince is surely nearby. Take the initiative, yes? Yeah, you're right. I'll keep taking action. I'm going to give it my all. That's the spirit. Tasty. That's rich flavors of the ice cream, especially with a bit of chocolate. Ah! Your Highness, you're here! Sneaking out again. You're going to be in for a real lecture this time. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? With some duct tape and some power armor borrowed from Fallout so I don't get evaporated. Alright, another save. And that is Act 3 there, guys. Or Act 2, sorry. We had the tutorial as well. And that took an hour. So each chapter's taking around an hour to beat currently. But then again, we did spend 15 minutes grinding that dinosaur. So we'll see. Because we're always together. We're always together. Do you hear me, princess? How many times do I have to say this before you get it? You're part of the royal family, you know. Your situation doesn't permit Destin's princess of dreams. She's right, Your Highness. Of course, Stony is going to be mad. Sonia, sorry. Don't you start, Randy. She wouldn't be like this if you weren't so indulgent. No way. You're right, Sonia, as always. Stand up straight and keep sharp. Never cease to amaze me how someone like you managed to become a knight. Haha, couldn't agree more. What? I was just kidding, alright? Stop glaring. I had to work twice as hard just because I'm a woman. Men can't understand. Sonia, Randy, there will be a joint training with the city guard today. The other knights are there already. Go get ready. Yes, sir. Phew, you really saved me. Understood. Looks like you got a real scolding from Sonia, huh? You might want to behave for a while. Royal Highness, your daughter ate cat shit. Just so you know now. They're finally gone. Good thing I had earplugs in. They really saved me. But what was Sonia so mad about in the first place? Whatever. It's time to make my escape. Illustration 6, which was hidden. Acquired a cupped fart. This was missable. This fireplace, is that a button? Correct button. What the heck is this? Read the letter. Not dead? Yet. I mean, good. Dear Kururu. Wait, is it going to talk? Or are they not going to voice actor for the dad? Okay. Knowing how strong you can be, I knew you'd find the passageway eventually. Our kingdom is at peace right now. I had this secret escape path built in just in case something does happen. If an emergency situation does arise, you need to escape. Even if it's on your own, understand? To open the passage yourself, you have to stand in front of the fireplace, push the correct button. Your hint for which button to press is that something exists in both your mother's and my name. I'm going to say this ahead of time. Do not use this to escape the castle in order to go play. But I guess that was a waste of time, wasn't it? Your mother and I will always be watching over you. And we haven't seen either of them yet. Love, Dad. 10 out of 10, Father of the Year. The correct button. I wonder what this means. Press L for... There. Yay! I can use this.
This to escape. Thank you, Father. All right, let's go. Oh, I finally made it.
What the fuck?
Oh, found you, Kururu.
It really is like... It's like a fucking anime episode, bro. Well, seriously.
You. Well, whatever. So, what'd you come for? I thought you'd sneak out around now, so I came to get you, Kururu. Figures. Your hunches are always right. Who said anything about hunches? I thoroughly investigated all of the possible escape routes. You did, huh? I'm glad you came anyway. Thanks. Don't be so distant. After all, we're... 二人はいつも一緒だから二人はいつも一緒だから
Righto, bro.
Okay, let's go, Kreia. Yes, let's.
Fucking email was making Mr. Bean sounds just then, and it fucking wigged me the fuck out, dude. Kreia doesn't have anything equipped? Why does Kreia not have anything equipped? I literally put stuff on her before. Alright, cool. We'll save real quick. Alright, there's a missable enemy in this area. That's a griffin, of course. And it's extremely rare, apparently. Go left. And go right.
Say! Yeah!
Nice.
We're invincible!
So Poison Toad. That's out now. Oh, nice. There's a goddess statue here. That's good to know. These are really good, because then I can grind in this area as well. Oh, so there's jellyfish earth here.
Got you! Say no to violence! Coulda-do wins!
Alright, I was just checking for any missables.
I beg your pardon?
Okay, mini fire.
Hey! Hi-ya! Take this! Coulda-do wins!
Dun, 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 dun. Nice. I'll go to the first door. A mystic robe. Defense goes up. Okay. Ah, she's got the same thing I do. Okay. A healing tank. Alright. Now we're stuck here, guys, for a fair while. Sadly.
You're up! Say no to violence!
This violence, it kills me forever.
Atta! Yeah! That was kinda close, huh?
Do 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 do.
Got you!
So we're looking for a griffin.
Got you!
Still a jellyfish we haven't gotten yet either.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
There we go. Fix that up now. HP recovered. Let's go full way left and right. And we'll do it again. Oh my god, a griffin! Oh, it's the 2 we actually needed! Holy shit! That's actually huge, dude.
You're up.
Hey, John. Oh, one tapped him.
Say no to violence.
How you doing, fam? I got this dude the other day.
Kudu wins.
You missed the box opening too. I bought this the other day, thinking you were gonna redeem it. But I bought it physically, by the way. Anyway, you missed the box opening, so I was like, yeah. Why the 50k? Everybody who redeems their first game gets it refunded. I don't talk about it a lot, because people then try to line up 2 games. It's just a nice little surprise, but yeah, everybody's first redeem gets a refund. Let's check real quick. How long is The Witcher 3? It's 200 hours. I told you to take your shot, dude. It's 150k now. It's long gone, my friend. Oh, good. Nah, it's alright. I bought it anyway, but I thought you were going to redeem it, so I grabbed it just in case, because I found a really good price on it. I think someone will redeem it eventually. It'll go on my backlog, probably. At some point. There's the griffin we needed. The mini fire we got. Jellyfish bomb. Yeah, so there's the water and earth. I think this is the jellyfish earth. I'd rather work you emotionally. The rage would have been insane for Witcher. Oh, yeah, I got the first one from the earth. So it's just the toad. There it is, poison toad. Alright, that's everything in this area, guys. Let's save real quick, actually. So is it backlog? It won't be going to the backlog for some time, no. That game's way too long to be put on the backlog list like that. It's one of the hardest platinums on PSN. Like, a lot of people don't talk about it, but it's like really, really hard. Because everything's missable. And everyone's just like auto-popped it. So like, a lot of people cheated it with their saves, so it's not as rare anymore. But it's like, it used to be an ultra rare. I'm double checking because you are mad. I'm not mad. Oh, you mean like because I'm a psychopath? Yeah, that's fair. No, it won't. Not for some time. If I feel the need to do it, I will put it there. Yeah, if I want to do it, I'll put it there for sure. But otherwise, no. Anything on that backlog list I currently have is games I've really needed to do for a long time. Pretty much. Or just play in general. Phew, finally made it out. It's a great that we got out, but where should we go? I want an adventure, bigger than any I've had so far. That way, when I get into a really tough situation, my prince will come save me. In that case, why don't we go to the mansion in the Wonder Woods? Huh? Not the place that's supposed to be haunted. That's the one. There's no doubt we'd have a wonderful meeting there. Look at me and Ghost and, oh, are you scared? Hehe, afraid of ghosts. My, how cute you are, Kurudu. I'm not scared of ghosts. In fact, that sounds cool. Let's hurry up and go. Hehe, putting on a strong front, are we? Oh, Kuri, you're just the cutest. So, the Shadow of Beauty really does exist then. Yeah, meow. It's in Marjolie's room in Beauty Castle. How exactly do we get in there? Only the Marjolie family or someone with the 5 heartstones can get in. I heard the 5 heartstones are in a Marl castle. Yes, I know that. But the Shadow of the Beauty is Marjolie's room, correct? That's right, meow. I see. Here's the medicine you wanted then. Once you take this, even the flattest of the flat will see results. Go on, try it. Right. Can't believe how easy that was. Everyone in the Marjolie family is a complete moron. Whatever. So the 5 heartstones are in Marl Castle, I guess it's time to make use of that little princess. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha! Be right back. Oh, good job. I'm back here. Over to here. Over to here. Up here. Staring contest. I'm so jealous of your ridiculous faces, Kurudu. Staring contest, let's go! Alright, staring contest. Ha ha ha, phew, guess I lost again, huh? Here's a present. Acquired Redtium 7. You could be one of those once in a decade jokesters. Don't get a big head, keep working on your performance. Cool. Okay, I need to talk to everyone again. Far out, dude. As bad as I thought it would be, lol. It seems to be a bit of a... It's not what I expected either, but it's a bit of a joke, isn't it? Like, as in, like comedy. Doesn't take itself too seriously. Oh, they're still jumping. It's a bit of a lolcout. Yeah, this is a bit... That's not what I was expecting. It's pretty good so far. The gameplay loop's not too... I don't mind the gameplay loop currently either. I'm guessing it'll develop at some point too. Anyone out there who could find Koro? Koro, where are you? He's been having dreams about seeing Koro lately. It looks like Alfred really believes that Koro's waiting for him somewhere. If that's the case, I hope there's some way to find Koro, but... His deadly technique that comes from the Far East. Hardly anyone these days knows, I believe. A lot of these guys are just saying the same thing. But just in case. Stupid husband keeps doing stuff like this. I'll file for divorce. My idiot son went and blew all our savings on that ice cream shop in the woods. He'll get his comeuppance one day if he keeps it up. He had the ice cream from the Wonder Woods. If you ask me, he already got his comeuppance. Fair enough. Comeuppance, sorry. Yep, they're saying the same thing. We'll just get 10 heals just in case. Go here. Yeah, they're pretty much saying the same things, but again, we'll just double check. I'm guessing it activates certain things by talking to them. Oh yeah, there's a lot of side content I've got to start doing now, by the looks of it.
Safe! Yeah! Coulda-do wins! Safe! Iringa! Huh? That was kind of close, huh?
Yeah, so it generally removes one enemy from each area after you've beaten it, by the looks of it as well, what I can see from this list here. So, like, the dinosaur we were struggling to get before won't spawn now in the area.
Safe! It all comes down to...
Oh, hang on. I went the wrong way. Shit! This is going to cost me so much time to do this. I forgot to... I gotta go entertain that puppet as well.
That was kind of close, huh? I beg your pardon? Coulda-do win!
But yeah, they're spawning them quickly here.
I beg your pardon? Iringa! It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Alright, so what we'll do... We need to... Go over here. 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 And then the here, middle room. And the puppet. And we have to make a funny face, I'm pretty sure. Just double check. Yep. Please visit again. Alright. There's another one. Now this is going to be a bit annoying because I have to talk to everybody in town apparently. Next question, what do I get you to play next? I'm sure you'll come up with something, my friend. Oh, it's not too bad actually talking to everybody. Yeah, a lot of these are still the same. Is Bioshock under 25? The first one? I think it might be in the 30s. It's 20 hours on the money, Jean. Most likely, if you do redeem it, I'll probably slap it into the Halloween category for Halloween this year, though. Sold. Wow, okay. Holy shit. Didn't know this was the thing. You said one of my fave haulers, so I'm a cheap whore for it. Alright, I'll see you in October. All you horror lovers. Okay. How did I talk to her? Go in here. Right. So technically, I'm your cheap whore. Well, okay. I talked to everybody, so now we're gonna go back to Wonderwood. I'm gonna go back to Burger's restaurant again, as well. Apparently, there's apparently a few missable collectibles there. Ba, 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 ba. Yes.
We're invincible!
I absolutely love Halloween. I respect it.
Take this! Got you! We're invincible!
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The movies, the food, the family aspect.
Got you! It all comes down.
Guessing your family's into horror then.
Hey! Could-a-do wins!
Here we go. Oh, no one's here. Some of them enjoy their food, but it's because a lot of people around me were so intrigued by the whole time we spent together. Fair enough. Illustration 3.
Say no to violence! Say! That was a close one.
Well, community was wild in for the kids. Fair enough. Dun dun. Well, the game broke then.
Say no to violence!
Yeah, I guess I understand that.
Ah! We're invincible!
There he is. I'm gonna make an extra save here real quick. That's right. Huh? A knight should repay old favors or repay Queen Conas for you. Huh? No, wait. However, I must test to see if you're worthy to command me first. Hold on a second. Prepare yourself.
Woohoo! Let's go! I beg your pardon? Scramble, go!
What level are we? 11. We're gonna have to grind a little bit here, I think. Party costumes, food, you name it. One house owns a giant Godzilla. Oh yeah, true. Doo-doo. Bigger than the house, eh? Bloody hell.
That was kind of close, huh?
Ba-da-da-da-da.
I beg your pardon? That was kind of close, huh?
We don't really celebrate Halloween in Australia, to be honest. Queensland's pretty big for it, where I come from, or where my family are right now.
Yeah!
The rest of Australia don't really care for it, to be honest.
Coodadoo wins! Take this! I beg your pardon? It all comes down to taking the initiative!
Do-do-do-do-do. Well, the dragon did spawn. What the hell? Well, the dragon, the dinosaur, sorry.
Take that!
Shit, we need to get this.
Invincible!
Just. Oh. Nice. That was close. Jesus. I might have to level grind off stream for this game, which I honestly was not expecting. I think we go to 13 at least.
Say no to violence!
I reckon. Do 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 do.
Initiative! Take this! Hi-ya! We're invincible!
What the fuck? She has a gun. It's really random, hey. This game's basically like memeing really hard. Is a good way to put it. So there's just random stuff like that throughout the entire game.
We're invincible!
We're in like a really like medieval like world as well.
Take this! Meow! Hana! We're invincible! Hi! There, meow! Hiya! Coodadoo wins!
Bum bum. Level 12. Ah, so she's gonna need a bit of work. I think 'cause she keeps dying, that's why.
Say!
Should she still Doom's Glock? I don't even know, man. This game's like, yeah, she's got a gun. I've got a trumpet, bro. I got a fucking trumpet, and she's got a fucking Glock. Well, not a Glock, but a revolver.
Coodadoo wins!
And I'm the main character, and she's like, yeah, bro.
Hey, meow! Hey! Coodadoo wins!
Coodaloo wins.
Say no to violence! Coodadoo wins!
Yeah, it just says, say no to violence as she shoots the enemy. Classic.
What the- We're invincible!
Do 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 do.
Hiya! It all comes down to taking the initiative! Hana!
Hey, Minx. Oh, did you raid out, fam?
I beg your pardon?
How'd you go? I feel done. Fair enough.
It all comes down to taking the initiative!
Nothing wrong with that. Okay, you didn't like the Flame in the Flood? How you going? This game is,
Hiya!
it's interesting.
Got you!
I might, yeah.
We're invincible!
There's just...
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
It's still there, Dilma. Still there. It's like... How you doing today, Family Lamb? It's been a while. It's like... I don't know how I feel about the game. It's good, though. It's, like, hilarious. It's kind of like a gag anime type of thing. Like, for instance, like during this battle, like this is in a medieval setting, like in a kingdom far, far away, whatever. And you'll notice that the character down bottom will just pull a Glock out, like a hand cannon, and just start shooting, just like stuff like that, just randomly. Bro, I thought you haven't been going live because it doesn't show on your Discord, and I rarely open Twitch. You must have just muted the Discord, bro. That's chill. Thank you so much for the 35 months, fam. Appreciate it. I barely open Twitch. That's all good, fam. Thank you seriously so much for the 35 days. Seriously. What? There's a Discord alert? Yeah, in the streamer updates. It's fine. Don't, like I said, it's no stress. But yeah, there's some weird shit. For real. Thing under your account status. That's Discord have changed that. I'm not quite sure why, but they've actually changed that recently. In the past, in like the past month or two, they've stopped doing it. Like I'm looking right now, and there's literally 4 people I know that are streaming, and like it's not even saying they're streaming. It's just, it must be a new, Discord must have just done something to their streamer mode or whatever. I'm not quite sure why. They've been a bit weird like that recently. Try to see if anyone's... Yeah, literally none of them are showing that they're streaming right now, and I can probably see 6 people. Have we got the fart yet? Yes, we do. Been chilling, living the same life. Well, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, fam. Go back. All good. How you doing, Koi? I might turn the music down after this. I don't mind it, but when I'm fucking grinding like this, I might just turn it down a little bit. Oh, I reckon I can't during this, actually. Bugger. That's alright. Where is it? There it is, right there. Cupped fart. Evil stench that confuses all enemies. Yes. But, yeah. That sums up the game. Dun 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 dun. Did you get up to much over Christmas, Doma? How are we looking anyway? Okay, so level 13. So I need Kreia to get up to 13 before we fight this guy. I reckon. Spent 2 months and $7 left in the bank, and now I might become an Uber driver, lol. Yeah, one of those, hey? I feel like Uber driver wouldn't be too bad if you know what you're doing. If you're like chill with it. Kudu wins. Anyone I've ever talked to that when they're an Uber driver tend to actually enjoy it, funny enough. Even just food delivery. Instead of like actually driving. We're invincible. I feel like that would be at least chill. Alright, at least I can do it whenever I want. Yeah, for real that. Did nothing on Christmas Day? Fair enough. Ah, shit.
Kururu wins!
John, are you still here, fam? I actually need to put a discount on the redeem. Because this is a PS3 game. So I just put a new channel point in, John. And it's a PS3 Platinum Redeem. So I'm going to refund what I gave you. And you just need to redeem it for 30k. I forgot about that. I'm actually making PS3 games cheaper at the moment. To entice people. There you go. Awesome. Thank you. I'll take those channel points. Ooh, I'd redeem Enslaved. After March, though, life going to be changing a lot. Again, I'm going to get real serious on getting to Japan. Fuck yeah, dude. That's the way to be. It's good to have a goal, eh? It helps with the year. Man, I don't blame anyone for, like, getting to July and saying, fuck this shit. Like, you can grind as long as you want. Until July. And if you want to sit back and relax, man, I don't blame you. At all. Enslaved, hey? What is this game, Jessica? Never even heard of it before. Oh my god, there's a hard new game plus? Jesus Christ, it must be brutal. Sorry, I should actually be running around while I'm doing this. It looks like it barely released in Australia, from what I can see. I don't know, honestly, with any circus. I don't know, honestly, I played as a child and had the disc, and I have no idea what it's still about still. It looks interesting. I mean, if you really want to, Cheska, but you don't need to worry about that because you still need to make your first redeem where you have unlimited coinage. He was a slave for the girl or had a collar? Don't know. It looks interesting. But yeah, I would do that one for 30k. Because it's only 30 hours. But don't make that your first game. So I can remember, and then there's video parts where it just shows him Marl talking and acting. Yeah, I think that's that one with like stupidly over the top like CGI, right? Like stupidly over the top, like one of the first games that had like crazy CGI in it. I feel like that's where I've seen this before. I was wrong, I messed up, and now you're gone.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this.
It looks like the biggest PS3 game I've ever seen there, not gonna lie. Like the graphics, the game style, it just looks like a PS3 game.
I beg your pardon?
Beg your pardon?
Hey! We're invincible!
Food has been eaten. What did you eat, fam? Time to make myself beautiful? I respect it.
That...
More of the pork belly and rice. Nice. Did you put sauce on it? Would you eat it plain Jane?
We're invincible!
Come on, man. Surely she's close to leveling up here. I know she's died a lot, but come on.
I beg your pardon?
I need a dino to spawn. That'll be giving me good XP. Oh, nice.
I beg your pardon? I'll do anything for Kurudu.
Nice, there we go. Let's heal. We grind! Oh, let's fight this motherfucker again.
We're invincible!
The song slaps, not gonna lie. The music's quite good in this game. It's quite repetitive, but I don't mind it, to be honest. I'm not fighting that. The dino would have done so much damage just then. Alright, let's try this fight again. Nope, wrong one. Shit. Where is he? Wait, what? Oh shit, he's in the other one, isn't he? Oh my god, I wasted all that time.
That was kind of...
He is too, he's down here. Hey, buddy! Yes, I am. And I am, yes, that is right. Bring it on! Fight to the death! I'm not sure why she can't use the puppets currently. Does she have no puppets equipped? Did they unequip all her puppets? No, surely not. I swear I've been using them.
Say no to violence!
Whoop, I pressed the wrong button. Here we go. Ba-dum, bum, bum. It did. It unequipped them. That is very rude, bro. Why you do this? Why? Ben Fox. Music and grind time? It's way too early too, though. That's the problem. I'm in chapter 3 right now of 10. Brother, really? 17 damage.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
But yeah, we're a little bit too early to be grinding this early. That's the problem I'm currently having.
Scramble, go!
Jesus, dude. I don't even know what to do about that.
Woohoo! Let's go!
It is with how much time I currently have, sadly, left on the clock to get this game done. I don't have as long as I would like.
You're up!
Oh no, what happened? Oh, this guy's just overpowered as hell. Why the fuck am I back here again? I just heard aggressive tapping. Oh, that was just me with a pen, sorry. Oh, use the combination attack. Okay.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Where are you?
Where are you? Hey, email. How's it going, fam? No. Wait, why can I not revive her now all of a sudden? What just happened? Let me revive her!
I choose you!
Okay, yourself, I'm alright, fam. It must have to be in the next turn. What an annoying ability. How you liking the game? Looks different than I expected. Yeah, I don't think anyone really would have expected what I'm playing. It's not too bad so far. What if we just do normal damage to him instead? Looks fun. It's not too bad. It is pretty fun. I'm just a little bit annoyed right now, to be honest.
Here I go!
Yeah, so I reckon he aggroes at a certain... I reckon he aggroes at a certain extent. That's going to be the trick, I think.
Take this! Atta!
Nah, there he goes.
I choose you! Come on out, puppet friends!
Purge is no longer having fun. Just trying to figure out what I can do.
Everyone, lend me your power! Scramble, go!
Somehow that did less damage. Interesting.
Woohoo! Let's go! Everyone, lend me your power! I choose you!
You choose insanity? Yes. How you doing, Darkrai? Oh. Just fight more enemies, it's okay, we're here for you. If I fight more enemies and I have to grind, then I'm hopping off for the night, John. That's the truth. The level I need to go to actually like win this fight the way that I'm gonna have to, I will be grinding for the next 2 hours. And I'm not gonna do that on stream. Because it's just back and forth. And I have no other redeems to currently do. This is the last one. So that'll be all she wrote. So I don't have a choice. I gotta find a way. Wait, really? 2 hours of grinding? The grinding I did before for 2 levels was 30 minutes. I'm gonna need probably 4 to 6 to get it. To get where I need to be for this fight. Because I'm not in a high enough area to do the fight right now. So there's not enough XP around to really grind anyway. This guy's also missable. That's why I need him. Just woke up, so chill before I gotta get ready. You're not working today though, are ya? I thought you had time off. Oh, those days already passed, probably. Yep.
your pardon?
Someone got scheduled today and next Wednesday too. I tell them to go fuck themselves if you got time off. Respectfully. Fair enough, dude. Do what you gotta do. Oh my god. I didn't have any time off. It was just weird. The schedule's not consistent because people don't know how to call it. Ah, true. Worries me how many twerk emotes you have, Darkrai. Oh, there is a puppet you have to reload a save for. This is why I hate this game. What, because of the twerking emotes? Or because of the difficulty? There is a save point, and... the last puppet in the game can only be get in New Game Plus, and if the game doesn't recognize it, I have to fucking do the entire game again. That is rough. That is very rough. Interesting. Why does Will have so many twerking emotes? Well, weird, I'm not surprised. Sure, Cheska, sure. You're the one checking it all out. Okay, that's all I had. I was just vibing to the music from the game, lol. My name's not Will, so yes, I'm talking. Well, being level soft locked right now is rough because, again, it's not fun to watch me running back and forth in a fucking corridor. That's all I got to really say about that. That's not exciting stuff, and I think it legitimately will take me, I think, 6 hours to do this. And he is missable, so I need to get him this thing. But the only other problem with that is that, the only other problem with that is the fact that I can't, I'm going to be so over-leveled, I'm going to one-tap everything for a puppet. That's what I'm kind of annoyed about. I'm going to be so over-leveled after this. But I'm fucking soft-locked. So, like... Jesus.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm!
Yo, Pembo. What's going on, man?
No!
Thank you so much for the raid. Be over-leveled? I don't have the time, Cheska. Thank you so much for the raid, fam. How you doing today? This is what I'm saying. I love the dog and the cat with the gun. I'll be devastated when the sub ends. Big sad. Like, that's the problem. I don't have the time. Like, it's honestly like 4 hours of grinding probably at the minimum. And I don't have the time. And like, cause I gotta go to work tomorrow. I gotta work 14 hours tomorrow. And then come home and maybe stream. But all I'm gonna be doing is this. Cause I got no other games I can play right now. Because all the redeems are done until what I need to do. So I need to do the alphabet challenge next. He instantly uses Excalibur when I revive someone too. So even if I went and got... Because I know there's an item for revives, and that's what I was checking. But every time I revive him, they use Excalibur again. So he'll one-tap me every time, even if I like use items to win the fight. And if you do over 100 damage in one turn, he uses Excalibur straight away as well. So even if I just wanted to like just keep going over and over again... Because that's what I was checking. I was checking my options. Whether that would work or not. But even if I abuse items, it's not going to work. Rated because sleepy and need rest. Fair enough, fam. Fair enough. How was your stream? Was it alright? How was Winterborough? What the fuck's Winterborough? You been playing the new DLC of Diablo 4? Oh, yes, I have seen this. Recoy wanted to play this game. Is it hard as fuck, Pembo? I remember someone saying it's pretty hard. Oh, you started on Phasmo. You doing solo stuff? Some stuff ain't working right yet. Oh, okay. It must be still need work, does it? I'm 3 hours into this fucking game and I gotta grind, dude. This is ridiculous. I gotta grind like 10 levels, dude. This early in the game. Jesus fucking Christ. Didn't get very far, fair enough. At work at the moment, we'll lurk. Thank you so much, Cracky. I hope you're doing well, safe, fam. Righto. I can't believe that. Oh my god. It's not Rocky's fault either, because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty for the platinum, so I doubt Rocky played it on the hardest, so they wouldn't have known how grindy it was. But I think the platinum estimation of 30 hours might be talking out its ass, is my issue right now. Yeah, solo Phasmo is fucked too. This looks like an anime opening. Makes this look like an anime opening. I really like the animation of this game. It's okay, not too bad. I wouldn't be able to do it fucking co-op, let alone solo. I'm going to go look at the item shop. It's not going to do anything, if I'm going to be honest. And I really shouldn't be spending money this early in the game either. But I would rather be able to grind for 6 hours straight on a day off stream. But if I can't... yeah. There's a chance I might not stream tomorrow. Because I might have to do the level grinding. You cannot wait till Monday. What for, fam? Alright, team, pull up rank, string and support. We're digging in. We're in the trenches. I'm getting a new tattoo? Fuck yeah, dude. That's that good shit right there. I haven't gotten a new tattoo in like 3 years now. You caught that Pokemon! None of these are even worth it. Have found a new commander deck that I want. You found a new one? Magic has a armor and skin Marl with a blue sword. I'm getting that with the blue soul flame. Fuck yeah, dude. That's sick. Darkrai escaped. Nobody caught him. Bring me to life! How much are the Firestones? 300. Let's buy 3. Shit! Oh, it's a Squirrel Way Booming Burrows deck. You make squirrels 1/1 tokens. An army of squirrels. What's with you and squirrels? Oh, this song makes any game cool. Save me! Flashbacks of emo phase. We never left it, fam. It's okay. I'm having so much fun in Marvel Snap again, running my Ultron deck. I got to see them live. I'm so happy. Only phase. We live it. There's nothing. There's like, Jesus fucking Christ. There's an item in this game, apparently, that you can buy where it increases the chance of enemies spawning to like 5 steps instead of 15 or something stupid. And obviously I don't have fucking access to it yet, so that's just fantastic. Imagine getting your friend to buy your Blink-182 hat and still being your most fave hat. You must be capping, bro. Get that? Yeah, yeah. Gotta add dad joke back. Yeah, it's not going well. This is not looking good. Where are you? No, not this song. No. To the mall. In at all. So 9 until the off.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
I will not accident, child. Still there, still there. It's like that. This song starts playing and Darkrai just like turns into that. It's like that Spider-Man 3 meme where Venom's taken over. Okay. Good night, Pember. Sleep well, fam. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you, dude. Sleep well. Hey, Hex. How you doing, fam? Hope you're doing well today. Now I do the dance. Appreciate you, dude. Sleep well. The dawn alone. Not too bad. I'm just waking up. Sounds good, fam. It's what I do. My friends. I'm going to get some water real quick. I'll be 2 seconds, guys. I'm back. Searching around Nexus mods for Skyrim stuffs. Thank God I know how to code so I can look out for stuff that accesses weird areas. Nice. So it's the time in my room alone. Better replay the song now. I missed all of it. I'm joking, of course. Ooh, deals damage unaffected by elements. That's sick. Need to remember that's there. Kara, where are you? Righto, back to the dungeon we go. I don't even know, guys. What do I do? I'm being dead serious when I say like 4 to 6 hours of grinding. Hey, Rocky. To the dungeon? Hell yeah. But yeah, I would say 4 to 6 hours of level grinding. I just don't know if I want to stream that. Not even that. I'll probably go insane streaming that. So I don't even know what I'm going to do. We dig in. I know, but like, yeah. Man. Usually I watch something when I'm doing grinding like that. I don't want to watch someone else's YouTube videos on stream while I'm doing it. Stealing content. But we're at that point, that's for sure. I can't believe I'm at this fucking point at the chapter 3. I know it was going to be grindy. But chapter 3 is insane, dude. I'm 3 hours into the game. God damn. Doo-doo-doo. So, is everybody excited for Valentine's Day? Ah, Jesus. I don't know. Nah. My wallet isn't. I haven't spent Valentine's Day with my missus, my current missus, because she's actually been away both times. Stream it and have words on stream running the whole time. Oh, I'm not doing words. I know I care about your sanity. It's more the fact I care about my sanity. Like, I can do, like, for instance, Final Fantasy X. I did 60 hours of grinding on stream and 30 off stream. But, like, I could at least change up the grind. This, I can't. Wow. Yeah, Rikui went to a festival last year. I think she's got another one this year as well on the same day. I've done irreparable damage to chests with words. Oh, sunshine. Yeah, yeah, I wish I could just start the alphabet challenge, but that's against the rules. I've got other games I can clean up, but they're not redeemed, so I shouldn't really playing them. And they're only hard, so they're just going to make me angry on stream. Will that the rules from Odd Parents? Man. What a banger. Oh, man. You ever listen to the Wombats Purge? Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of the Wombats. I don't mind them. They're a little bit, how do I put it? They're extremely, like, overdone and, like, over-listened here, if that makes sense. Like, people in Australia think they're, like, the fucking bee's knees. So they get played to, like, all hell. All the time. I do like them, though. But I can't listen to them anymore. People ruined it for me. But I'll put on 2 songs that I do have from them. That I can actually live with. What do you think of the bee's knees? No, I don't. I think that people in Australia think the Wombats, you know, the band, Hex? Think the Wombats are the bee's knees. Haven't heard of the Wombats? Nah, you would have. Believe me. You would have. Hey, I know this song kind of bands. Yep. And you're like, oh, I didn't know they did this. Oh, I didn't know they played this. It's one of those bands. Just in Australia, as I said. Yeah, I getcha. Yeah. Australia, when they like something, just fuck me. When it comes to music, never shut up about it. What's that? What is it? Is it George Ezra? That Budapest song? Oh my fucking god. That year, that was the longest year of my life with my dad listening to radio. Holy shit. He had those two songs too. Budapest, and I can't remember the other one. Fuck me. That was pain. Calling my stomach Budapest because it's the capital of Hungary. Oh my god, bro. Understandable, yeah. I do. I like I said, I do actually really like them, John. It's just, yeah. You know when someone ruins something for you. It's a few bands like that, sadly. Oh wow, another one. Redeem a game, Minx. What you got, fam? It ends fish for 5 minutes. You can't do that. I gotta turn my whole setup for that. I wonder if I could just do it in the background somehow. Just like make it like an overlay where it's like faded in over me so it looks like I'm in the fish tank. So dumb, dude. I'll figure out how to do it. Sounds good. How much did you want it to be? The fish swimming around you. Hey, email. Five-minute break, yeah. I have the right to turn down the 5-minute break, though. Brown. Sometimes I don't have the time to have a break. That's the problem. One minute then. Alright, 5's okay. I'm okay with 5. I'll probably put a cooldown on it though. I have the right to kick you in the balls if you do. You can do that if you want. You never know. I could be into it. But yeah, 5's fine. That's no problem at all. I'll get that set up. I'll get it so like it shows over my overlay of the game or something as well. But I'll be watching it as well, so it just looks stupid. Every time you deny breakdown, I'm going to tell you to kick you in the balls when I'm back in the country. They don't call you the ball buster for nothing, Koi. In more ways than one. Best way to find out if you're into it is to let him. You are into pain. I'm not really actually into pain. I'd love to say I'm pretty resistant to pain, but I'm not even sure if I am or not. Maybe I am. Who knows? With you. The mental torture, though, that's just normal. Like, we leveled up. Like, no. We leveled up and we went up 3 health points. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Wait, I'm going to have to actually go up 10 levels. What's that about a fetish? I get kicked in the balls, Cheska. A stepping stone for straight up masochism. I'm a supermarket. Apparently the next game's even grindier than this as well. Is what it said in the guide, so should be interesting. I'm running out of time too because I need to go to bed. I got to stream. I got to work like 12 hours, 12 to 14 hours tomorrow. I'll be back in a second. For fuel, I gotta get a horse tomorrow. I have half a tank. No. How much have you got? No, it's not gonna be enough. Yeah, I know that. No, I don't want it. Sorry, guys. Saying goodnight to Rookie. Ugh. I do fucking family shit on the weekend. Off to bed. Hope you have a good night, Perch. Good night, email. Have a good one, fam. Sleep well, dude. Oh, dude. I can't believe them. Empty fucking bottles. I seem fun. On the outside. Oh. Yeah, literally, like, I'm counting it again. Probably like 3 to 4 hours, man. Bugger. Man, this is just a little bit frustrating, to be honest. Wasn't expecting this so early on.
The one that's most expensive? What, is it season 1? Because right now, season 1 is on sale. I would only buy the passes on sale. I wouldn't buy individual passes.
It's also a banger, for real. It's a forgotten one, this one.
I really want
I'm
I would just wait.
How many people get stuck here grinding? Yeah, a lot. Okay.
I felt like paying. It's like, I wanna support your business. Must mean it's the best. And I sent you an email in game. That's probably gonna piss you off. It's just Andrew. Don't take it personally. Curious though. No, I sent you a bunch of mates we've had it. And it just, cause I had loads extra. Alright. Thank you so much. You too, bro. Bye.
Oh, you don't have to beat this. Why the fuck? Respectfully, they made this trophy guide. Why the fuck did they make this the second game? You have to beat it on hard difficulty. And the third game you can play it on any difficulty. Oh, there's no difficulty. And more harder, apparently. Wow, okay, fuck. Man, holy shit. This game's gonna be a bit of an undertaking. Hmm.
I'll be much better next time you're here, okay? Thank you for tolerating bad gameplay. You know, getting used to this. You have a fantastic day. Your build's shit? I don't know if I'm
Carry my nuts. Yeah. Very close. Jesus. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on, come on. We got this. We got this. Oh no! What was the... What am I doing? Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. Little jump. Just a little jump. I'm a little guy with a little jump. Okay, okay. Yep, yep. Oh, let's go.
Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up, and now you're gone. Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty.
Hmm. Man. I don't know what to do. I mean, didn't elect you while I cooked. You, what are you cooking, fam? Trick question. You're always cooking. To ignore Foxo, I swear. You can't ignore the Foxo. Foxo's everywhere. Everywhere. Yeah, I don't know what to do, guys. I'm really stuck here. This is a problem. This is not a problem I was expecting to run in with a game like this, actually, which is a little bit... But we are stuck right now. It is definitely 4 to 5 hours of grinding, like, in all seriousness. So I just don't know what to do about it. It's like, it's such an undertaking. Like, and again, like, I need to do it on stream. Because I don't have any other games to fucking play right now. Because I can't start another game right now either. I guess we could start Monster Hunter Wilds, but no one's ready to play that with me yet either. So that's another problem. Everything else is pretty much cleaned up at this point too.
I would probably do Mud Runner first.
I made kielbasa with rice and French onion sauce. Oh, that sounds nice. Oh, jeez. Yes. That's perfect. I'll use that. Can't believe you just made that quickly. I guess you were thinking about it though, so probably easy just once you pictured it. Hey man, how's it going? I've been I'm soft locked already, Didge. That's a good way to put it, dude. I'm soft locked currently in the game. Not completely soft locked, but I'm locked currently. I have to beat a missable boss. I have to beat a missable boss. And I need to grind like 5 hours to beat him in the 3rd chapter. How do you get the difficulty and time on the games? It is an extension. Let me try to find it. I always forget where the fucking extensions are. Where are the extensions on this again? PSN profiles guide column. This one here. Can I share it? No, I can't. Here it is, just here on the Chrome Web Store. There you go. I did. You know what's going to happen at 1 million channel points? Sorry, what? How? The game's just built like it. Sadly. I'll put it in chat real quick. The game's just built like that. So we're just sort of. I'm stuck right now with the boss. Again, I don't know. I'm repeating myself, but we're stuck. We're just stuck. Yeah, it's helpful as Ditch. It does like I think 100 games. They just updated it, so it does 100 to 200 games now. It'll show like 200 of them, or sometimes more depending on the list and if it's well known. But yeah, it saves so much fucking time when looking for a game or someone's list. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I really don't. If it doesn't show a time, by the way, Dig, like when it says NA, it usually means people have voted that it's not a that the time or that the time hasn't been like, what do you call it, like supported by the community, so they won't throw it in. Guess it's too late to start something else right now. Well, the problem is this is the last game. This is the last one before the alphabet challenge. Like, that's the problem. I can't start anything else. Because number 50 is going to be 1111 Memories Retold. So I can't start anything. Even then, I can't start anything. And I can't start it early. What if it's just 3? Steam game for funsies? Oh, God. I don't have the time for it. Three. Just want me to do Spyro early. Good idea. Nah. I don't have time for it. I shouldn't have taken yesterday off. I needed to, but I shouldn't have. So I've made a mistake there. Fuck, I wish I had a PlayStation Portal. I'd play this. I'd honestly, like, I'd be able to do my job tomorrow with a PlayStation Portal. There's no fucking way I wouldn't. Quick little run of Conquest on your alt account. Could play that Dragon Ball Burst Limit, actually. That's probably not a bad shout. That would be something different. There's no trophies on that game. To everybody's shock. Everybody's shock and awe. Shock and awe. Early scary meeting. Get this in the bag, Minx. Don't even worry about it, Femlem. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Appreciate you. Thank you for the luck. I didn't end up getting a copy of Conquest either, Dig, because they sold out in my area. I need to order it next time. Alright, guys. I should have gone to bed like half an hour to an hour ago as well. I stayed up way too late today. I was actually meant to be a shorter stream today, but I like ended up fucking it up because I was having having too much fun. I'm stuck, guys, and I don't know what to do. Yeah, we're stuck. Good night, Pedro. Good night, Rocky. We're stuck. 4 to 6 hours of me running in a fucking corridor is not fun. And I won't enjoy streaming it. And if I'm not enjoying streaming it, no one's going to enjoy watching me do it. And that's the problem. And I don't want to have shit vibes or anything. And that's my main issue right now. That's the problem. I can't guarantee it's going to be a good time at all, like, if anything. And that's the main problem. I know we can sit here. I'll sit here and do it, but it's just not like going to be fun. But again, I don't have anything else to play at this current stage, and I just don't know what to do about it. So I'll think about it. I have a really long day at work tomorrow. I've got a fucking cunt of a day, actually, like 12, 14 hours. So I'll think about it on my long-ass 3-hour drive home. We'll either grind till we die, or I may do Dragon Ball Burst Limit, or I won't stream. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those three. I think we're not going to stream is most likely, sadly. But I'll stream Friday, and I'll lose a day off next week and return is what we'll do in the end. We are going to raid out, of course. Please, love and care, catch tune. I'll try and tune over the weekend, but I believe you got this. Thanks, Ditch. I appreciate you. The biggest thing is, like, I really like this game too. It's really cool and like it's interesting. I like the story, and it's a bit funny and it's different. I'm really enjoying the loop. Am I gonna raid B? No, because B is not there. I was going to raid B, but B isn't there. I think B actually has gone to the shops. Just grind and Minx can talk to you if you ask her nicely. Nah. Minx will be popping champagne after a successful meeting tomorrow. But yeah, I was going to get B, but yeah, B's gone. I don't know where B is. So, yeah. We're going to go get Ryu, a fellow friend. Whoop, shit, where did he go? When next stream? Either tomorrow or Friday. I'll let you know on the Discord what's going to happen, really, at the end of the day. We're going to go raid Ryu. If anyone doesn't know who Ryu is, they are a fellow Platinum Hunter. They are also way better than I am. And they also, you don't need to ask them too many questions, but they work at EA, which is pretty insane. And so, yeah, it's pretty cool. They're a lovely human being. I've been watching them for a long time now. They're good vibes, always funny, and they are much better fucking trophy hunter than I am, that's for sure. Minx will be stressed out after a meeting. Talk with her would be a good thing. I'll probably, like, even then, like, I'll probably just sit here and do that anyway, like, even off stream. That's the thing. That's the problem. I say words on stream, but thank you for stream. Take it easy. words on stream. Not for 6 hours. People go insane. Proud of you for being a talker. Anyway, if you guys could please support Ryu, that would be lovely. He's just seriously a beautiful human being. Plays a lot of variety. Really big community streamer too. And is honestly just an amazing human being. So if you guys could please show some love, that would mean a lot to me. If you can't, that's okay. But yeah. As I said, I apologize, but yeah, B is away. I think B has gone to the grocery store, which I missed out by like 10 minutes. But yeah, I love and appreciate all of you. I shall see you next time. Thank you all seriously so much for the support today, especially on the box opening for the first time. That was really nerve-wracking. So that you all there was really amazing. I'll edit it and upload it. Bye-bye, guys.
Give her the treat, so now you're kind of fucked. Unless you give her a treat.
Wait, she's not here.
Where is she?
I don't think she heard me.
Is she on a business call?
Hello, Purge! Hello, friends! I literally effed that up the moment you hit the raid button. Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, hello. Folks, if you don't know who Purge is, he is a beautiful